Hi, I'm Matt Bond. I'll be your instructor in this course. I'd like to take a moment to introduce myself. I love technology, and I love the things that services like Amazon S3 helps us to do and helps us to build. I'm a full-stack developer and solution architect with over 17 years of professional experience. My career has included working as a software engineer at IBM as well as other companies, and I've had the privilege to work on projects used by companies such as Microsoft, Transamerica, and the United States Department of Agriculture. I first used Amazon S3 in 2009 when I needed to host images for a web application without having to maintain all of the hardware and infrastructure needed to maintain high availability and scalability on my own. It's an exciting time in technology because more and more services like Amazon S3 are freeing us from having to manage hardware and operating systems so that we can focus on building great applications. That's why I'm excited to bring you this course so that I can help you master Amazon S3 so that you can use it in your own projects or organization. Thank you, and I hope you'll join me in the course.
So you might be curious to know who this course is for. Well, this course is for solution architects, software engineers and developers, system administrators, IT professionals, but really, this course is for anyone who wants an in-depth knowledge of S3 and hands-on practice using it so that you can use it in your own projects. So why should you learn about Amazon S3? AWS skills are really hot and highly desired by a lot of employers. To illustrate this, the cloud infrastructure as a service market is currently estimated to be valued at $52 billion in 2019 and expected to reach $83 billion by 2021, according to Gartner research. That's a huge market. There's huge growth in this industry. Amazon S3 is one of Amazon's core cloud services, and many other services interact with or build on top of S3. So it's a really foundational building block within AWS, and you want to know it really, really well. But one of the main reasons to learn about AWS is so that you can take advantage of low-cost, highly available cloud storage for your own projects. So what will you need to complete this course? Well, you'll need an AWS account, at least if you want to follow along with the examples that I'll perform. But don't worry if you don't have one. I do have a lecture that will show you how to get that all set up and secured. You'll need a web browser and internet access. You'll need to know how to navigate your operating system and your file system. If you want to complete the command line examples, you'll need the AWS command line tools. But don't worry if you don't have these installed. I have a lecture that will show you how to do that. I would note that the examples that I'll be walking through will be performed on a Windows system, but you can also use the command line tools on Linux or Mac. Also, there may just be a few differences in the way you reference file paths and things of that nature. Also, familiarity with a command prompt or terminal will be helpful but not required. So what will you learn in this course? We'll start off by covering fundamental concepts. You'll learn what S3 is in key terms. You'll learn how data is stored, secured, and billed. I will also help you understand the shared responsibility model of AWS. Basically, what parts of security are your job and what does Amazon handle for you. You'll learn how to create, update, delete, and organize your data using the S3 Web Console. And you'll also learn how to manage your S3 data with the command line interface. If you've worked with Amazon S3 before, but you've never taken a deep dive into the command line tools, then I really think you'll enjoy our section on the command line interface. We go through quite a few examples to help you on your journey to really becoming a power user from the command line. We'll learn how to control access to your data with security policies. And if you have ever been a little confused or uncertain about how all of the different pieces of security come together to secure your data, I think you'll really enjoy the content in the security policy section. You'll also learn how to protect your data through file versioning on files and objects. You'll learn how to set up cross-region replication for additional redundancy. So basically, you can upload data to a data center, for example, in North Virginia, and have Amazon automatically replicate that to, Oregon, so that you have really, really high availability and high durability and very little likelihood that you can lose your data that way. I'll show you how to turn on encryption to ensure the privacy of your data. I'll show you how to enable lifecycle management so that you can control costs by moving data automatically to less expensive storage tiers as it ages. You'll learn how to turn on logging to provide an audit trail for your data. And I'll show you how to use events to trigger notifications for things such as, when a file is uploaded or created, or maybe even deleted. And one of the really cool topics, I think, in this course is you'll learn how to host a highly available static website with your own custom domain. So that's what I'll cover throughout the course. Thank you, and please join me in the next lecture. I'd like to take a brief moment and share with you how I think you can get the most out of this course. I highly encourage you to follow along with the hands-on examples as much as you can, and also know that if you find that I go a little too fast when I talk or a little too slow, that there is a button where you can speed the video up or slow it down to your liking. You can also add bookmarks to any lecture at any point if there's something that you want to be able to come back to. And there's a question and answer board, and certainly feel free to use that. With that said, take a moment to click Browse Q&A and introduce yourself. I'd love to know where you're from and why you chose to take this course. In this section, I want to cover S3 fundamental concepts. I'll cover the high-level concepts and terms that will be helpful before we dive into the hands-on portion. I highly encourage you not to skip over this section, as this really will help lay a good foundation for the rest of the course. I'll cover decision-making information, and this is things like how to choose a pricing tier, how Amazon S3 can help you achieve compliance, and the tools that are available to get data into and out of S3 efficiently. And I promise this course is not all slide decks, but there are just a few foundational things we need to cover before we really dive in. So what exactly is Amazon S3? Well, by now you've probably figured out that it's a cloud storage service. So the actual formal definition of Amazon S3 is this: Amazon Simple Storage Service is cloud-based storage that can store an unlimited amount of data and retrieve that data anytime over the web. It's highly scalable, reliable, fast, and cost-effective data storage built on Amazon's global infrastructure. So where exactly is your data stored? Well, your data is stored in a region, and a region represents a general geographic area. And you choose a region for your data when you upload it. And you can have data in, for example, the US West 1 region, or also the US East region. There's no restriction on how many regions you can put data into. There's currently around 18 geographic regions. I show 4 push pins on this globe here just as an illustration, but there are definitely way more regions than that. So let's talk a little bit about what's inside of a region. Well, a region contains availability zones, and an availability zone, or AZ as you'll often see it referred to in documentation, or a lot of times that's how you will hear people talk about availability zones. An availability zone is an isolated facility. So essentially an AZ is a distinct data center in a region, and these different data centers are separated by enough distance so that if a natural disaster occurred or some other event occurred, that it wouldn't affect all of the availability zones in the region. Amazon S3 replicates data across 3 availability zones, and Amazon handles this replication automatically. So this is one of the huge benefits of using a service like S3. You upload your data behind the scenes. Amazon's taking care of replicating that to 3 data centers in your region and makes it very, very durable, really low probability that all the data centers would be taken out and you'd lose your data. So let's take a look at what's in a region and some other key S3 concepts. So it's important to know that S3 is object-based storage. So think of an object kind of like a file. And objects are stored in buckets, and buckets are created within regions. An object can be up to 5 terabytes of data. There's no limit on bucket size or total data in your account. Permissions can be set on buckets and individual objects, so you have really granular control over access. There is no hierarchy, and this is really important to know. So I have my region here, US East 1, and inside of it, say I've created bucket 1 and bucket 2, and then inside of my buckets, I have objects. I can't create buckets within other buckets, and there is no physical folder structure within Amazon S3. As we mentioned earlier, files are replicated across at least 3 availability zones. There is one exception that we will talk about later, and that's the one zone infrequent access storage class. It's also really important to know the consistency model. So S3 provides read after write consistency for puts of new objects. And what this means is if you put a new object or create a new object, if you immediately turn around and read that object using its key, you will get the exact data that you just uploaded. However, for overwrites and deletes, the consistency model is eventual consistency. So if I overwrite an object with a new copy and immediately turn around and read it, I could get an old copy or stale version because it does take some time for the writes to propagate to all 3 availability zones. So I said there's no hierarchy, but you can represent folders logically by including a prefix in the object name. So for example, if I wanted to have a bucket called my-bucket, and inside of that bucket, I wanted to have a folder called my-folder. And then in that folder, I wanted to have an object called my-object.txt. Well, I can represent that by setting this text here in red as the full object name. So my full object name is my-folder/my-object.txt. So I can represent folders logically by including the folder name as a prefix on the object name. So what makes up an object? Well, an object is made up of a key, a value, a version ID, metadata, and subresources. So a key, this is the name of the object, somewhat like a file name, and it is used to retrieve the object. The value is any sequence of bytes that you want to store in the object. So it could be text data, it could be an XML file, it could be a binary file. There's no restriction on that. The version ID is a string generated by Amazon when you add an object to a bucket, and together the key and version ID uniquely identify an object within a bucket. Metadata is name-value pairs, and it's used to store information about the object. And you have system metadata, which is things like creation date, size, storage class, etc. And you have user metadata, which is custom metadata you add to an object yourself. And subresources are additional information such as the ACL owner or torrent file. Just a quick recap, know that when you upload data into Amazon S3, you choose a region that your data will be uploaded into. A region contains multiple availability zones or data centers, and your object data is replicated in those data centers automatically. You create buckets inside of a region, and you add objects to buckets. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the shared responsibility model. So what is the shared responsibility model? Well, you as a customer and Amazon share responsibility for different parts of security. You as the customer are responsible for security in the cloud, and this means setting appropriate access controls for your objects and buckets, as well as controlling who accesses the AWS Web Console or APIs. Amazon is responsible for security of the cloud. So this means that Amazon takes care of things like physical security of data centers and their global infrastructure and networks. So how secure is your data? AWS infrastructure and services meet numerous compliance standards and regulations, such as PCI compliance and others. This doesn't mean that there's nothing for you to do on your part. You still need to go through necessary compliance steps and documentation and all of those things that are essential for compliance. S3 supports SSL for encryption in transit, and optionally, you can enable encryption at rest. So using SSL, your data is encrypted over the wire when it's being sent over the internet. Another important item is your data does not leave the region that you specify. So if I upload data into the US East North Virginia region, I can be assured that it's not going to leave that region and go to, say, London, for example, so it doesn't leave that jurisdiction. If you want to read more about security and all of the compliance programs that Amazon is currently participating in, I have these two links that I've added here. I'll also add them as resources onto this lecture if you want to check those out. So that's a quick overview of the shared responsibility model. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, in this lecture, I want to teach you about storage classes. Storage classes provide a way to select the most cost-effective storage for your data based on how frequently it is accessed and how quickly you need to retrieve it. So when you upload data into Amazon S3, you can choose a storage class, and you need to choose a storage class based on the access patterns of that data. So let's just run through the storage classes that are available to you. There's standard storage, which is best when you need quick access to your data and you access it frequently. There is the standard infrequent access storage tier. Sometimes you'll see this abbreviated as standard IA for infrequent access. And you use this when you need data returned quickly, but you don't access it as frequently. Standard infrequent access storage has a minimum 128K object size and a minimum storage time frame of 30 days. We also have the one zone infrequent access storage class, and this is used when you have another copy of your data that can be recreated. So maybe you're storing something like video thumbnails, something that can be reprocessed and regenerate those files, then this would be a use case where you would use one zone IA. It's important to note that one zone infrequent access is cheaper for your data stored at rest, but data is only replicated in one availability zone. So you don't want to use this for mission critical data. And then we have Glacier, and Glacier is used for long-term archive and backup. There's a minimum billing time frame of 90 days, and it can take minutes up to hours to retrieve your data. So when you go in to pull your data out of Glacier, there are some different options. You can choose to have it expedited and pay a little more to get it out quicker. And in a later lecture, I will show you how you actually go through the process of requesting your data out of Glacier. Durability and availability. I have this chart that I've put together here. You can see we have standard storage on the left, and we move to the right all the way to Amazon Glacier. The design for durability is the same across all storage tiers, and that is 99.9999999% durability. And so that's basically 9 nines after the decimal point. On availability, which is how quickly you can retrieve your data essentially, we'll see that the availability percentage changes as we move from standard to Amazon Glacier. So with standard, we have 99.99% availability. Standard IA is 99.9%. One zone IA is 99.5%. And then Amazon Glacier, we don't really have an availability percentage because you remember that's for long-term archival, and it can take minutes up to hours to get that data out. So as far as cost, you'll see that at the top, I have an arrow here indicating that Amazon Glacier is the least expensive for storing your data. And then as you go to standard storage, you pay the most per gigabyte of stored data in the standard storage class. Now, it's also important to note you do pay for requests to get your data out, and you pay the least per request in the standard storage tier, and you pay the most per request to get data out of Amazon Glacier. So I have these links on your screen you can check out to read more about the details of pricing and the service level agreements that Amazon has. I'd also note there's a new storage class that's been recently introduced, and that is called intelligent tiering. And essentially what that is you pay Amazon a small fee per object that you're storing, and it will automatically analyze your access pattern and choose whether or not that should go in standard or standard IA storage. So a few details about pricing. Data transfer into S3 is free. Data transfer out does cost you money. You pay for requests. Typically, you pay per 1,000 requests. You pay also for the amount of data stored that's physically residing on Amazon servers. Per gigabyte pricing does generally go down the more data you store, and you should know that pricing does differ across regions. So the pricing model for Amazon S3 is a consumption-based model where you only pay for what you use. So that covers what you need to know about pricing. If you have time, please join me in the next lecture. So how do you get data into and out of S3? Well, there's a couple of options. One option is the web console, which is a friendly user interface accessed over the web that you can use to create buckets, add files to your buckets, manage permissions. There's also the command line tools, which you can download from Amazon. These will let you do all the things you can do in the web console just via command line. There's also SDKs for the most popular languages. Amazon S3 supports a REST API, and all of the SDKs, the command line tools, and even the web console are all interacting with S3 behind the scenes using the HTTP REST API. So there's SDKs for Java, Microsoft.NET, PHP, Node.js, Ruby, and C++. So pretty much any major language that you would program in, there's SDKs available. Another way to get data into and out of AWS is with AWS Import and Export. With this option, you request a job to be started in the AWS console. You put your data on a hard drive, ship that to Amazon. They in turn import your data and ship your drive back to you. This works for up to 16 terabytes of data per job, and you can use this for import as well as export. So another fun option is the AWS Snowball if you need to move lots of data, and this is a newer option from Amazon. This is a hardware appliance that will let you move either 80 terabytes or 50 terabytes of data. So there's 50 terabyte and 80 terabyte models. Amazon ships this device to you. You copy your data to the Snowball. Your data is encrypted on the device so that it's secure during transit. You ship the device back to Amazon, they import your data, and so you can move massive amounts of data around with this device. This is no small appliance. It weighs 47 pounds. You can see I put dimensions on here. It's roughly 20 inches by 12 inches by 21 inches, so it's a pretty hefty box. And the cost for this is, currently roughly $200 to $300 per job. So another cool option is the AWS Snowmobile, although I'm sure very few people would ever use this. This is for exabyte scale transfer of data. You can transfer up to 100 petabytes per snowmobile. The snowmobile is essentially a data center on wheels. You can have dedicated security personnel go with the snowmobile. There's 24/7 video surveillance on it, GPS tracking. So this is definitely the ultimate data transfer solution. To use one of these, you essentially would have to go through Amazon sales channels. Pricing's not even listed on their website. Cool, but I'm sure very, very expensive. So this wraps up our section on fundamentals. In this lesson, we are going to show you how to create your AWS account if you do not already have one. So start off by going to aws.amazon.com/free. And on this page, if you would like to read more about the AWS free tier, Amazon offers many services in which you can get a certain amount of usage each month for free. There are other services where you'll get 12 months of free use. So you can scroll down this page and see the free tier offers that are non-expiring. And then you can scroll even further down and you'll see the AWS free tier offers that have a 12-month introductory period. For our purposes, we'll see that Amazon S3 has a 12-month introductory period with a free storage usage of 5 gigabytes. So for the most part, everything in this course should fit within the free tier. So let's go ahead and get started and click Create a Free Account. And so we are presented with our sign up form. So go ahead and we will put in our email address, choose a secure password, and we will choose a name for our AWS account and hit continue. So now we need to fill out our contact information. You'll see the first thing it prompts for is to choose the account type, whether it's a professional or personal account. I'm just going to choose personal. There's really no difference that I know of on these two. So you'll need to put in a phone number for verification, your address, city and state, and you'll need to read and agree to the AWS Customer Service Agreement. So create account and continue. It does require a credit or debit card number in the event that you go over the free tier limits. So we'll go ahead and put that in. We'll click submit. And so the next thing it's going to do is it's going to want us to verify our account by calling us over our phone. And so the first thing I need to do here is I need to put in this CAPTCHA security code. And when I click call me, it is going to dial my phone.
This is an automated call from Amazon Web Services. Using the touchpad on your phone, please enter the 4-digit PIN number that was displayed on your screen. We have successfully verified your PIN. Please return to Amazon Web Services to complete your registration. Thank you for your interest in Amazon Web Services. Goodbye.
All right, so we have completed our verification. We'll click continue. We will now be presented with the option to select a support plan. For our purposes, we're going to choose the free plan. And so now we're ready to go ahead and sign into the console. So let's just enter the email address that we registered with. And enter our password. So we're now signed into the AWS Management Console. So the first thing that you might want to do, just for your own peace of mind, is if you go to My Billing Dashboard, we can set up a billing alert so that if your charges happen to go over the free tier, you can get an email alert to warn you of your costs. So I went to under your user, so S3 tutorial was our username, go to Billing Dashboard. Then under Billing Dashboard, we'll go to Budgets. We'll create a new budget and we will leave it as budget type cost. We'll say monthly budget for the name. It's monthly. Under budgeted amount, we will put $10 and you can change this to any amount that you desire for your notification threshold. We'll say notify me when the actual costs are greater than 90%. So when my budget goes over $9, I should get an email. I will put an email for the address that I want the notification to go to. And I will hit create. I see that my budget has been successfully created. And so we now have a budget notification set up. So now what we want to do under services in the search bar, type IAM. And we will go to the IAM dashboard. So IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. So under security status, you'll see there are a number of things with exclamation points that we need to take care of to secure our account. So the first one we have is activate MFA on your root account. So let's expand that and we will say manage MFA. And we're going to choose to do MFA with a virtual MFA device. And if you're wondering what MFA stands for, it stands for multi-factor authentication. And so I'm going to hit next step. And this is telling us that in order to use MFA, we need to first install an AWS MFA compatible application on your smartphone, PC, or other device. We can see a list, if we click here, of all the supported options. And we'll see virtual MFA applications. So for Android, you can use Google Authenticator or Authy two-factor authentication. Same thing for iPhone as well. So I happen to have an Android phone, so I have Google Authenticator already installed. If you've never used Google Authenticator, you can get it from the App Store. Just search for Google Authenticator, install the app. So I'm going to switch back over to my IAM tab. I'm going to hit next step. And so now I'm presented with a QR code. So what you'll want to do is you will want to open Google Authenticator. And on your Google Authenticator screen, you will have a plus icon in the lower right-hand side. So if you tap that, it will give you the option to scan a barcode. And so just hold that up to your screen, and it will scan that code. And then you will have an option on your screen that should say Amazon Web Services root account MFA, and you'll see a number, a 6-digit number. And so I want to enter that first 6-digit number right there. And then the number should change on your smartphone screen. And once I have put in my 2 auth codes, I'll hit activate MFA, and it now says my device was successfully associated with your account. And so what this does is anytime that I log in with my root account, I will have to key in the code from Google Authenticator. So when you log in, it'll present you with an option to put in the Google Authenticator code, go to your Google Authenticator app, and the screen should show you that code, that 6-digit code. Just key that in and you'll be logged in. So if I refresh, I see that MFA is now active. So now it's asking me to create individual IAM users. So let's go ahead and choose Manage Users. I'm going to create a super admin user. I'll call AWS admin. And I'm going to give this user programmatic access, which allows them to use APIs and command line tools, as well as access to the AWS Management Console, which is the web interface. I'll choose a custom password and enter my password. I will uncheck that the user must create a password at next signup. And let's go on and hit the next button to go to permissions. So we'll see here, it presents us with the option to add a user to a group. So let's go ahead and create a group. And we are going to create a group for our super admins. And this group will be for users who have access to all of the resources in our account. Now, as a best practice, you would want to create groups and users with the least amount of privileges needed. But for our purposes, we're going to give this group administrator access. So we will create group. So we make sure our super admins group is checked. We will hit next to review. So we see our username is AWS admin. It is in the super admins group. And so now let's click create user. So our user was created successfully. And now for later, since we will be using command line tools, go ahead and choose to download CSV. And you'll want to ensure that you save this credentials file somewhere safe so that you can access it later. You can also choose to show your secret access key. So your access key ID and your secret access key are what you would use from the command line to gain access to the services in your AWS account. So it is important to know that after you click close, you cannot download your credentials again, so please be sure and save those in a safe place. So we'll go ahead and click close. And let's go back to our IAM dashboard. And so we now see we have green checks on all but the last item, which is apply an IAM password policy. So let's expand this and let's create a password policy. So we'll see our minimum password length is set to 6, but we want to make this more secure. And so we're going to require at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase, and one number. And we will hit apply. And so we've now strengthened our password policy. If I go back to dashboard, and so you'll see now that we have all of our security steps checked off. We have our account created, it is secured, and you are now ready to move on to the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to upload files into Amazon S3. But before we do that, I do have one thing that I want to show you. I want to go back to IAM. If you'll recall, under our users tab, I created this AWS admin user that I want to use as my primary user for working with AWS. I'm currently signed in as my root user, but I want to sign in with this username instead of using my root account all the time. So if I come back to my dashboard, my IAM dashboard, I'll see that I have this link and it has, this long number in front. I want to customize this with an alias, and I'm going to just say S3 tutorial and create. And now I've created a sign-in link that's a little bit more friendly. I can click this icon to copy to clipboard. I will now sign out of my root account. So I will paste in my sign-in link. You'll see that my account alias is already populated. I'm going to use my AWS admin user. All right, and now I'm signed in. So let's go ahead and navigate to the S3 dashboard. One way that we can do that is we can go to services, and we'll see that S3 is here. We could also search for S3 in the service bar and pull it up there. And you also see that it is listed in my history as one of the services I've frequently or most recently accessed. So let's just go ahead and click to go to the S3 dashboard. So I'm on my Amazon S3 dashboard. So let's get started by creating a bucket. We'll click this blue button with the plus icon, and we will put in a bucket name. So scale the cloud bucket -1. And it's important to note that bucket names are global across S3. So if I have this bucket name in my account and you try to create the exact same name, you are going to get an error. So choose a unique name, but I would go ahead and recommend putting this bucket -1 on the end, just so you can follow along closely with what I'm doing. So then we choose our region, and I'm going to choose, we'll say US West Oregon, and then I'm going to click create. So now what I would like to do is upload files into my bucket. So if I click my bucket name, you'll see it's a link. I now have the option to upload files via this button up at the top left. So let's go ahead and click that. I'm going to choose add files, and I'm going to navigate to the location where I saved my sample files.zip that is located in the resources section. If you've not downloaded that, I would recommend pausing the video, download this resource that is attached with this lesson, extract it, and then you can follow along with me as we go. So I have my sample files that I've extracted. I see I have a bucket 1 folder, and I want to upload all of the contents of bucket 1. So I choose open, and you'll see that it lists file 1 and file 2, but there was a subfolder and it's not showing up. But I'm going to go ahead and just click upload. And so I now have one file there. I have a second file there. The file list was so short, so you didn't see the status for very long, but there is a status bar that will appear at the bottom of your screen. As it's uploading, you'll see that there's one success. So that upload finished. So that worked, but it did leave me with only 2 files, and I wanted to upload all of the files into this bucket. So how can I go about doing that? Well, one option is that I can go back and I can choose upload. And instead of choosing the add files button, I'm going to drag my Explorer window over. And I'm just going to drag all of my files over here. And so you'll see that I have 3 files in this upload, 1 folder, it contains 1 object, and then I have my file 1 and file 2. So I'll hit upload. And I'll just refresh, and you'll see our time actually changed. So my file 1 and file 2 were overwritten. And I can browse into my folder, my subfolder, and I now see my nested text file. So if I use the drag and drop, I can have it upload the contents of a folder recursively. Whereas if I choose the add files button, I can only upload files and not an entire directory tree. So now that I have my files uploaded, what if I want to update the contents of one of my files? Well, I can do that. I'm going to drag my Explorer window back over here and say I want to make a change to my file 1. I will say file 1 updated. I will save that. And now I will go back to upload. I'm going to just make sure I move that off to the side, hit upload. I'm going to add files. I choose my file 1 and I hit upload. And if I click on this link and I hit open, then I see that my file is now updated. I will note that if you hit open, you may get a pop-up warning in your browser. So you may need to choose to allow pop-ups for the console.aws.amazon.com domain. In case if that did not pop up when you hit open, again, just make sure that your pop-up blocker is not blocking it. And so that concludes this lesson on how to upload your files and update them as well. We'll continue in the next lesson and show you how to move files around with the console. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to move, copy, download, and delete objects in Amazon S3. So if you are not already signed in, please sign in to the web console and navigate to your S3 dashboard. And to get started, what I want to do is I want to create a new bucket in a new region and then copy my data from this bucket to that new bucket. So let's create a new bucket. I'll call this scale cloud-copy. I will leave this as US East Ohio. I will click create. You see my bucket is created. It's in the US East Ohio region. My original is in US West Oregon. So let's navigate into our bucket-1 bucket. We will click this checkbox in the header here to select everything. I will use my More menu and I will select the copy command. Now let's navigate back up to our top level using this Amazon S3 link in the breadcrumb. And I want to click this link to go into my -copy bucket. And I will now, from the More menu, select Paste. I get a summary of what objects are going to be copied. I choose Paste. And I see I have my file 1, file 2, my folder. I have my subfolder. And I have a file inside of my subfolder. So we can see that it recursively copied all of my files, folders, and objects. And if I go back up to my top level and look inside of my original bucket, I see that the contents are still there. So it merely did a copy from source to destination and left everything in the source intact. So I now have effectively made a copy of my files that were in this bucket in US West, Oregon to US East, Ohio. The next operation that I want to show you is how to move files from one bucket or folder to another. So let's go ahead and let's just create an additional bucket. Call this scale-cloud-moved, and I will put this in US East, North Virginia, and I will hit create. And so now what I would like to do is I will go into my original bucket. I will select all by using this checkbox. From our More menu, let's choose Cut, and I'll navigate back to the top level, choose my scale-cloud-moved. From my More menu, I will choose Paste again. Again, I get the summary. I confirm by clicking the Paste button. And I can see I again have copied recursively my files. Now note the difference if I go back to my top level and into my original bucket. My original bucket is now emptied. So the cut operation moved my files from the source to the destination, and the source is now empty, and those files only exist in the target bucket. And so now if I wanted to do some cleanup, I could say go into my -moved bucket and say I wanted to delete this file2.txt. I can select that file and I can choose delete from my More menu. I hit delete and that file is gone. Likewise, I could choose everything and it would delete all of my files in folders. If I went back to More and hit delete, if I want to empty this folder, I can also go back up to my top level. I can select my bucket. I can choose empty, and I'll type scale-cloud-moved, and I will confirm. I must enter the exact bucket name, and I confirm, and that bucket still exists. But the contents are gone, so it emptied that bucket. So when I hit empty, it empties and deletes all of the files, but leaves the bucket in place. And so now I do want to just go ahead and get rid of this entirely, so I'll hit delete bucket. Again, I must enter the exact bucket name. Click confirm. So that is now cleaned up. I do want to restore everything back to where I originally had it, so I'm going to go into my copy bucket and select everything. And again, I'm going to copy, go back to my top level, go into my original bucket, and I just want to paste everything back in so it's in the same state as when I started. Go back up to S3 just to double check. Indeed, my files are there in my original bucket. And I will now delete my copy bucket that I created. And confirm. And so now I am back to just having my original bucket. The last thing that I want to cover is how to download your files from the web console. So we can go into our bucket -1, and one way that we can do this is we could highlight, say, our file2.txt, and I could go to the More menu. I could choose Download As, and you can see over here, it gives me the option to save as. I can right-click this link, and I can save it with a new name on my desktop, for example. And I will just say my new file2.txt. And so there, that file has been saved with the name that I gave it. You'll notice as I click different files, it does pop up this properties window. So I can also choose to download from this button right here, and it downloads it with the exact name, drops it in my downloads bar. I could also click on the file name, and you'll notice I get a detail screen with several tabs. On my overview tab, I could click on open, which opens a new tab for that file. I would note, if this does not open a new tab when you click open, please check your pop-up blocker. Your browser may give you a warning over here in the right, depending on the browser, So you might need to allow pop-ups for Amazon AWS.com for the open command to work. I also have download and download as buttons, which do exactly the same thing as they did from the previous screen. And that covers how to download your files. I would note that with the web console, you can only download files one at a time. If you want to do a bulk download, you'll need to do that with the command line tools, and we will cover that later on. So that concludes this lesson. You've learned how to move, copy, download, and delete files. In this lesson, we're going to talk about object tags. So what exactly are object tags? Well, an object tag is a key value pair, and we use tags as a means of categorizing storage. I think the best way to illustrate how we use object tags is by giving you several use cases. For example, we can use tags to allow a user or group to read or write objects with a specific tag. We can create lifecycle rules to move objects based on a tag to cheaper storage tiers. We can use tags as filters for analytics and metrics, and we can track costs based on a tag. So for example, we could have tags for project, client, department, etc., and then generate reports based on those tags. So let's talk about some tag restrictions. We can have a maximum of 10 tags on an object, a maximum of 50 tags on a bucket. Keys must be unique. A tag key can contain up to 128 Unicode characters. A tag value can contain 256 Unicode characters. Keys and values are case sensitive, so texts with a capital T is not the same as texts with a lowercase t, so these would be treated as distinct tag values or tag keys. And so now what I want to do is switch back over to the AWS S3 dashboard and show you how we can add tags to our buckets and files. And so here I am on my dashboard. I have cleaned out all of my buckets from previous lessons. And so what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new bucket. And I'm going to call this Scale Cloud Bucket with Tags. And I will use the US East North Virginia region. Let's click Next, and we will go through the detailed wizard when we create our bucket. So we can see our second step gives us properties that we can set, and we have this tags card. So let's click on that, and you'll see it changes to this little box where we can add tags. And so I'm going to add a project tag. I'll just say Project Alpha. And we'll say this bucket belongs to client Acme, and we'll just say color blue. We will save those tags, and so we now have 3 tags. I'll hit next, and it takes me to a permissions step. I will just leave the defaults and hit next, and then I will see on the very last screen, I review, I see that my 3 tags are listed here in the count. So I'll hit Create Bucket. And so there is my new bucket with tags. If I select this bucket, then I can see indeed there are 3 tags on it. I can click the tags in the Properties window. It takes me to the Properties tab for the bucket. And again, if I want to further edit those tags, then I can click on this tags card in the advanced settings. And so here I can see I could remove color. So maybe I want to, add a project manager We'll call this Project Manager John. We'll save that. And so there's my 3 tags. So if I go back up to my top level, I have my bucket. I can go into my bucket details. And again, the way I navigate to my tags editor is on the Properties tab, the Advanced setting, and here's the tags. And there again are my 3 tags. I can click this X to remove a tag, and so on and so forth. And so that's how I can create tags on my buckets. Now what I want to do is I want to upload some files and I want to tag them. So let's go into my bucket. I'm going to choose upload. I'm going to use the same sample files that I did from the previous lesson. So I'll go into my sample files that I had extracted, my bucket 1. I'm just going to drag all of these over here. So I have my summary. I will go through the wizard instead of clicking upload immediately. I'll leave the permissions as the defaults. And on the properties, you can see we have several properties. At the bottom, I can add tags. And so I want to put in my project tag. We'll say it's project alpha. We'll save that tag. We'll say client Acme. And then I'll say color blue. And then I will hit next. We see we have 3 files, tags, we have project, client, and color. I will hit upload. I will see I have my folder. I should have 2 files in there. Yes, file 1 and file 2. And so if I click on file 2, I see that I have 3 tags. If I click on the tags in the properties window, again, it takes me to the properties tab for the file. I can click on the tags card and I see all of my tags there. So I could add additional tags here. I could delete tags and I could save. So I'll just cancel out of that and go back up to my bucket. Another way that we can add tags is we can select files and we can choose our More menu. You can choose Add Tags, and you'll notice this does not show the tags that we added previously, but I can type new values in here, such as department, and we will just say IT. I might put account, and then who knows, maybe I have a account number. I will hit save. And you'll see here, it's going to apply these tags or add these tags to 2 objects, file 1 and file 2 that I had selected. So I'll hit save tags. And now if I look at file 1, I'll see that I have 5 tags. And if I look at file 2, I have 5 tags. And so this added the tags to every file selected. So if I look and drill down into my properties, my file tags, indeed I see I have account, project, department, color, and client. And so it did add my tags. So you now know how to add tags to your buckets and objects. In later lessons, we will learn how we can combine these with lifecycle management and permissions, as well as analytics and metrics to get more value and use out of our tag classification.
Okay, let's talk about object metadata. Object metadata is descriptive data describing an object. It consists of name-value pairs, and object metadata is returned as HTTP headers on objects. There are 2 types of metadata. There is system metadata and user-defined metadata. So let's look at system metadata. This is metadata that is maintained by Amazon S3. System metadata is divided up into 2 types or 2 categories. This is metadata where only Amazon S3 can modify the value,
And this includes things such as object creation date, and there's metadata that you can modify. And these are system metadata attributes such as storage class, versioning, and encryption. So now let's move on to user metadata. This is custom name value pairs that you can add to your object. The names must begin with x-amz-meta, and names are case insensitive. So metadata versus tags. What's the difference between metadata and tags? Well, both are name value pairs. Tag keys are case sensitive, but metadata names are case insensitive. Tags are used, as you can remember, for categorizing storage to analyze cost, or along with permissions for fine-grained access control. Metadata properties are returned as HTTP headers, but tags are not. Certain metadata pairs control how data is stored, for example, things like storage class or enabling encryption. So that covers the high points I want to briefly touch on for metadata. Now let's move over to the web console so we can see how we add metadata to our objects. Okay, so you can see I'm now signed into my AWS console and I've navigated to the Amazon S3 dashboard. Before we go too far in this lesson, I would like to point out that you can download this metadata examples.zip from this lesson. It should be attached in the resources section. So if you haven't already and you want to follow along, download that zip file and extract it, and you can upload these files and follow along with us. Okay, so I have my metadata-examples, and as you can see, I have 4 different file types in here. So what I want to do is create a bucket and upload those files into it. So I'm going to create a bucket. Let's call that metatag tutorial-1, and we'll leave all the defaults and hit create. So now I'm going to just navigate into my bucket, and I'm going to choose upload and add files, and I will select all of the files that I extracted and hit next on permissions, and then I have my properties tab, and you'll see in your properties you have this section for metadata. And so here I can choose a header and then add a value. I can add, for example, a custom metadata attribute by giving it a header. I will call this author. I'll say Matt. I can hit save. I can add more than one by going back, and I'll just call this color. We'll say red, and I will hit save. So I could delete these with the X. I could also add other system attributes, but for now, I'm just going to leave it at these 2. So I will hit upload and refresh. So I see my 4 files. If I select my contact.xml and go to properties and then the metadata card, I see that it has 3 meta headers or meta attributes. I have content type that it automatically added for me. I have my author and my color. Likewise, I can go back, I can see my HTML file that I uploaded. And again, it has 3. And I have a content type of text HTML, and it automatically added my author and my color. And so as you can see, S3 automatically applies the content type header. So if I look at my image, again, I will see, I have content type of image/JPEG. And then last but not least is my simple text file, which I look at and I go to my properties and I see again, I have text/plain. So that was showing how we could add attributes at the time of upload. We can also come back later and we can add metadata by clicking this link with the plus icon. And again, I could choose to add another custom attribute, and so we'll just call that size. We'll say medium and hit save. So I now have 4 And this applies just to this object that I'm currently working with. I could select an attribute and hit delete. I could choose edit and edit the value. And it is important to note that when you're working with meta tags and editing, the metadata is part of the object. So it is doing a full replace with new metadata on the object. And so here I have my 3 attributes. And so what I would like to show you is I would just like to go back to my overview tab. And for demonstration, I'm going to make this file public. And I want to copy my link right here. And I'm going to open a new tab. And I'm going to use the Google Developer Tools built into Chrome. So I'll go to More Tools and Developer Tools. And so you see I get this pane at the bottom of my screen. I want to make sure that network is selected. And if I paste in my file, then I can see that it makes a GET request, return status 200 OK. And if I look at this request, I can see my response headers. I see that I have a content type of text/plain, a date, which is the current date, the last modified, which again is a system metadata attribute, and that returns either the creation date or the last time the object was updated, whichever is most recent. I have my custom meta author tag here and my custom meta color attribute here as well. And I will point out here just to make sure there's no confusion. Sometimes you'll hear meta data referred to as meta tags. Some people will refer to them as meta headers. Just don't get that confused with tags, which are added separately through the S3 dashboard. So now I would like to just run through some of the other tags that you can use. So if I go back to my sample text, look at the metadata card, I'll see that I can add various caching attributes. So I could have a cache control attribute, and this one example might be max age equals 600, which would allow browsers or a CDN such as CloudFront to cache this for up to 10 minutes. I have content disposition, and this might be used, for example, if you wanted to change the download name of the file. You could say attachment semicolon file name equals myfile.txt. And then if someone downloaded this file in their browser, instead of being sampletext.txt, then it would download into their browser bar as myfile.txt. I have content encoding, and you could use this to specify the type of character set that the file contains, for example, UTF-8. I could set the content language. If my object contains a particular type of language content, I could say en-us. The content type, again, that's generally set automatically. Expires is another caching attribute. I could set this to a absolute date. For example, I could use this date, and I paste this in so that I can get the exact format that it uses. So I could set it to Wednesday, October 20th at 7:28 GMT. And after that time, the browser or possibly a CDN would know that it needs to fetch a new copy of the object. Website redirect location. This would be used in conjunction with static website hosting. And what you could do here is have requests for an object redirected either to an object in the bucket, or you could have it redirected to just any URL such as that. So this concludes this lesson on metadata. You've seen how to add metadata at the time of upload. You've seen how you can go back and modify metadata on the object after it's been created. And I've shown you some of the different types of attributes that you can use. To this section on the AWS command line tools, I want to take a moment to give you a quick overview of what you will learn in this section. We will start off by learning how to install the AWS command line tools. We'll walk you through how to do that. Next, I'll show you different high-level and low-level commands you can use to work with your data in S3. High-level commands are commands that make common tasks such as uploading, moving, and deleting files easy. The example in this last bullet is a sample of a high-level command that creates a bucket. You'll notice the second command line parameter. I will just highlight that for you. So this parameter right here, you'll notice that that is S3, and that denotes this is a high-level command. Low-level commands are commands that expose direct access to S3 REST API operations to perform advanced operations the high-level tools can't typically do. This last example is an example of a low-level command to create a bucket. Note the S3 API as the second parameter, and I will just highlight that here for you to see. So this S3 API as the second command line parameter, you'll see that for low-level commands, indicating that it's using the REST API to perform these operations. By the end of this section, you'll know how to do several common tasks using high-level commands, such as creating a bucket, uploading files, deleting files, and keeping files in sync between your computer and Amazon S3. You'll also learn how to use low-level commands to do things such as adding tags to objects and buckets, as well as adding metadata to your objects. So with all that said, let's dive in and start learning the command line tools.
All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover how to set up the AWS command line tools. As you recall, in a previous lesson, we set up a user and created access keys for that user so that we could later use them as credentials for the command line tools. So just to go back and review that, we did that under IAM. Under users, we created this AWS admin user. And if you click into that user, you'll see the security credentials tab. And we had set up an access key. And we downloaded that key to a CSV file and saved that to a location for safekeeping. If for some reason you cannot locate that file or you skipped that step, we can regenerate those. So I'll just delete one of these credentials and I will hit create access key. And I will choose to download that CSV file. I could also show my secret key here as well and copy and paste that. But for our purposes, I'm going to go to my downloads folder and I'm going to move my access keys to a safe place. I have set up this keys folder and I will copy them there. And if I open the CSV file in Excel, this takes just a second, we'll see that I do indeed have my access key ID and my secret access key. And I'll leave Excel open for the moment as I will come back to it shortly when we need to configure our command line tools. Okay, so we've made sure we have our access keys. The next thing that I want to do is point out where you can find the installation documentation. So if you go to aws.amazon.com/tools, then you can reach a page that lists a lot of the different tooling options. For our purposes, we're interested in the command line tools. So you see here, command line tools, and then AWS command line interface. So I'm just going to go and click install right here. And this takes us to the documentation walking you through how to install the command line interface. I would point out that the requirements to use the tools is you must have Python version 2.65 plus or higher, or Python 3 version 3.3 or higher. So you can use the command line tools on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, or Unix. You can see over in the left navigation, you can navigate directly to the install instructions for Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. For our purposes in this video, I'm going to demonstrate how to set up the command line tools with Microsoft Windows. And the very first thing we need to do is we need to go get Python and install it on our machines. So we go to python.org/install
downloads. And so we're now at the downloads page, and I'm going to click this Windows link. And so now I can see all of the releases of Python for Windows. I want the most recent version. I'm going to go with Python 3.7.0. And I want to choose this Windows x86 64 executable installer. So I will just click that. You see it starts downloading. All right, my download's done. So now I just want to open the executable, and I want to check this box to indicate that I do want Python 3.7 added to my path.
And I will choose Install Now.
Okay, so my Python setup completed. So I will go ahead and I will hit close. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to verify my installation. So you can do that by going to the Windows search and opening a command prompt. So I could type in CMD and I could launch the command prompt. I'm actually going to close this command prompt out because I have a shortcut in my taskbar that I've configured with a little bit larger font size. It makes it a little bit easier to see for the sake of the video. And so now I have Python installed, and the Python package came with a utility called pip, and that is a Python package management utility. So I'm just going to type pip install AWS CLI. All right, so it successfully installed AWS CLI, and you can see the version is 1.15.50. And so I just want to verify my setup. We can see if I type in Python -- version, that's my Python version. I type in pip -- version. I've got my pip version. And last but not least, I can check my AWS version. And so indeed, I do have AWS installed, and it also displays my Python version. So the next thing I want to show you is one of the benefits of using pip to manage your command line tools installation is it makes it very easy to perform upgrades. The command line tools get updated frequently, so if I want to update to all of the latest tools and features, then I can just hit pip -- install user -- upgrade AWS CLI. And this will update my command line tools with the latest release. Okay, and then the very last thing we need to do to complete our setup of the command line tools is we need to configure the command line tools to use our security credentials. So to do that, we type AWS configure, and it's going to ask us for our access key ID. I left my Excel spreadsheet open, so I'm going to copy my access key, and I'm going to go to edit, paste, and I want to grab my secret access key. And again, I will go to edit, paste, and we can choose our default region. I'm going to leave it as US East 1, and we will use JSON as our output format. And so now we can run a simple command just to verify that our credentials indeed are set up, and we can access our data inside of Amazon S3. So to do that, I will type AWS S3 LS. And there you can see there are the buckets that I created in the previous lessons. We have our meta tag bucket, and we have our scale cloud bucket with tags. And so we just listed all of the buckets in our AWS account in US East 1. That concludes this lesson. In our next lesson, we are going to start looking at how we can upload and manage files with the command line tools. In this lecture, I want to teach you how to create a new bucket from the command line, as well as how to upload a file into that bucket using the command line interface. There is a zip file attached with this lecture in the resources section. If you haven't already downloaded that, I would recommend going and downloading that to your local machine and extracting it so that you can follow along. As you can see, I have on my C drive this S3 tutorial folder, and I've extracted the CLI-demo zip file here on my local computer. So I have a docs folder, an images folder, and a file 1. So I want to cd to C: S3 tutorial CLI demo. And if I do a dir, I see there's my files that I'm going to be working with. I'm just going to do a CLS to clear my command prompt. Now what I want to do is I want to check and see what buckets I have out in Amazon S3. So to do that, I do AWS S3 ls, and this will list all of my buckets in all regions in my account. And that didn't return anything, which is what I expected because I cleaned out all of my buckets prior to starting this lecture. Now I would like to create a new bucket in my account. And to do that, I'm going to do AWS S3 MB for make bucket. And then I need to do S3 : / and then my bucket name. And so my bucket name is going to be a-cli-demo, and I want to create that in the US East 1 region. So I'm going to put -- region, US East 1, and this is the North Virginia region. And I want to execute this. And so we can see that that worked. My bucket was created. I do want to mention before we go too much further, there is a list of region codes that you can use out in the AWS documentation. So let me just flip over to that real quick. And so here I have my browser open to the AWS documentation. If you want to view this, you can go to this URL. I will also attach this link as a resource to this lecture for your reference, but you can see we have Amazon Simple Storage Service, and then it lists each region. You have the friendly name in this first column, and then the region code in this second column. And so when you're specifying regions from the command line tools, you want to use this region code in the second column. So if you're wondering where that comes from, you know where this reference is, and you may go out and look those codes up as you need to. So I've switched back over to my command prompt. We've made our bucket, and now I'd like to upload my first file to AWS. So I'm going to look on my local machine, and I'm doing a recursive directory listing on Windows with this dir /s/b, and I see that I have this file1.txt, and I want to upload that to my new bucket. So I'm going to do AWS S3 CP, which stands for copy, and then I use my source path, which is going to be file1.txt, and I can put file1.txt without the full path because I'm currently located in this CLI demo directory, so that's my current working directory. And then I need to specify the destination where I want this file to go, and since that's in S3, I use this S3 : / prefix, and then my bucket name. And so I execute my copy command, and that appears to have uploaded. Let's just check that with an ls command. And this time, when I do the ls command, I'm going to add on my bucket name on the end to just list files in that bucket. And I can see there is my file1.txt. So that looks all good. And as we're going through these demonstrations, if you need to pause the video and run these commands, certainly feel free to do that so that you can move at your own pace. So my file 1 is uploaded. What if I wanted to upload that same file to a different file name in Amazon S3? Well, I can do that by running my copy command again. And so this is the copy command that I ran the first time. And if I want to specify the exact name that that's going to be uploaded with in S3, then I can do file1 new name.txt. I can specify that as the destination and run that. And then if I list my bucket again, I see I have file1 new name.txt. So that's how you can create a new bucket, how you can upload a file. Remember, if you don't specify the file name on the destination, it uses the file name from the source. Likewise, if you do specify the exact file name on the destination, you can upload your file to a different name. Thank you for following along. In the next few lectures, I've got several commands I want to teach you to help you become a power user with S3 from the command line. I want to continue on with our command line examples by showing you another command line task that you will encounter frequently, and that is getting an entire folder of files uploaded to Amazon S3. And when I upload that folder, I want the files not only in the root folder, but in all nested subfolders uploaded as well. So if you're following along, I'm continuing with the files that I extracted in my CLI-demo directory on my local computer. And this is the contents of what is in that local folder. I want to get all of these files uploaded into my S3 bucket. And you recall, I have this bucket, a-cli-demo, that I want to upload all of these files into. And let's see how we can perform that upload. And thanks for following along. I'm sure you're doing an awesome job. The command that I want to use is, again, it's the copy command. So AWS S3 CP, and then my source is going to be dot for my current working directory. And then my destination is going to be S3 / a-cli-demo. And then on the end, I want to add this -recursive option. And what this does is it recursively uploads all files in my current working folder to Amazon S3. So let's just run this. We can see all the files that it uploaded are listed here. And if I just double check my S3 bucket with the ls command, then what I see is I have docs and images and my file 1. If I want to see every file listed in all subfolders that are nested within my bucket, I can add on the recursive option to my ls command, and I can see I have all of my files uploaded. So that's how you can upload files in bulk to a bucket. Well, another scenario that you might encounter is you might have a bucket with existing files already in it, and you want to upload from your folder on your local computer, but you want to have those uploaded into a subfolder, into a bucket in Amazon S3. Well, how do we accomplish that? Well, again, we are going to use our copy command, and I'm going to cycle back up to this command using my up arrow key. And so previously I just had my bucket name, but I could append on here a subfolder. So I will just call this subfolder 1, and that will be my destination. And again, I need the recursive option. And when I run that, it lists the files that I have uploaded. And now let's go back to our list command. So I'm now going to list the contents of my subfolder in a-cli-demo simply by adding on the subfolder to my S3 path. And I use the recursive option. because I want to see everything. And I can see that I have subfolder file 1, subfolder docs, subfolder images. And I would like to point out, just as a reminder, remember that when you see folders in Amazon S3, they are not physical folders, but they are logical folders that are represented as part of the key name by being prefixed onto the beginning. So my file1.txt, the entire object key would be this subfolder1 / file1.txt. So that's how you would upload all the files from a folder on your local computer to Amazon S3. Thanks again for watching. You're doing a great job. Please join me in the next lecture. In this lecture, I want to show you how you can download objects out of Amazon S3 down to your local computer. I'm still in my command prompt. I've navigated up to my S3 tutorial directory here. And I want to find a file out there in my bucket to download. So I have my ACLI demo bucket. And in my ACLI demo bucket, I have this file1.txt, and I'd like to download that to a downloads folder on my local machine. So to do that, we're going to use the copy command, and this time our source is going to be a path in Amazon S3, and the destination is going to be the file name on our local computer. I'm going to accomplish that with this copy command, and what I have is AWS S3 CP, my source file in Amazon S3 in my CLI demo bucket, and then my destination path is going to be a downloads folder in my current working directory, and I'm going to download this file to the same file name, file1.txt. Let's go ahead and run this. Nice, that downloaded. If I do a dir, I see that I have this downloads folder on my local computer. If I change directories to that downloads folder and I do a directory listing there, I see my file1.txt did download. I'm just going to CLS to clear my screen. I could also download that same file to my local computer and rename it when I download it. And I can do that with the copy command. And this time, instead of going to file1.txt, I'm going to just have it go to file1 new name.txt. And since I'm already in my downloads folder, I can just have my current working directory followed by my file name. I go ahead and run that. Wonderful, that looks like that worked. And I do a dir and I see my file1.txt and my file1 new name.txt. So that's how you could download a single file. Most of the time though, when you are retrieving data from an S3 bucket, you're likely going to want to do a bulk download of the files that are out there in your bucket. So I'm going to change directories back up to my S3 tutorial. And so I'm going to run this copy command, which is again AWS S3 CP, and I have my source, which is my bucket, and then my destination is going to be this download all folder on my local computer, and I put on this recursive option to say download every file in ACLI-demo and do that for every folder and subfolder. So I'm going to run this, and it downloaded quite a few files there. If I do a dir, I see I have my download all folder. Let's just change directory to download all. So I'm in my download all folder. I do a listing. I can see I have my docs, my file1, my images, and the subfolder that I created previously. I could also do a recursive listing, and I see this is all of the files in my download all folder. So that covers how you can download a single file at a time, or you can bulk download recursively the entire contents of a bucket or subfolder in a bucket in Amazon S3. We do that with the copy command. So that's how you can download files. Welcome back. If you see here, I'm already in my CLI-demo folder on my computer that we have been working with. In this lecture, you will learn how to move files between buckets within Amazon S3. And again, I highly encourage you to follow along with me through these examples. I'm sure you're doing a great job and you're well on your way to becoming a power user with the command line tools. So I'm just going to start off by listing my buckets in Amazon S3. So there is my CLI demo bucket, and just to verify, my bucket does still have files out there in it, so we have something to copy. Well, what I want to do now is I want to make a new bucket to hold a copy of these files. I'm going to use the make bucket command here to make this CLI demo copy bucket, and I'm going to make this in the US East 2 region. I'm going to execute this command, and my bucket is created. And so I'm going to perform a copy using this copy command, and by now you've seen this several times, so you should be pretty familiar with this command. This time we have our source bucket, which is CLI demo, and it is in S3, and we have our destination, which is also a path in S3, which is our CLI demo copy. And again, I put on the recursive option here on the end, and I'm going to run this, and this is going to recursively copy all of our files from one bucket to another. And you'll also remember when I created my bucket, I created this bucket in US East 2. My CLI demo was created in US East 1, so we can copy from a bucket in one region to another very easily this way. So now let's look at our source bucket, and I'm going to run the ls command, and I see I have my CLI-demo, and it still has its files there. And I'm going to check my CLI demo copy, and I see that those files also are in my copy. So when you run the copy command, it makes a copy to the destination and leaves all of the files in the source. If I wanted to move these files so that they were removed from the source and copied to my new destination, I can do that with a new command, which is the move command. And so to continue our hands-on practice here, I'm going to make another bucket called CLI-demo-moved, and I'm going to put this in the US East 2 region, although it looks like I need another dash here, so that should be dash region. And I execute that, and my bucket is created. And now what I want to do is I want to run the move command. And this is what our move command looks like. It is AWS S3 MV for move. And then I have my source, which is my CLI demo copy, and then my destination, CLI demo-moved. And then I specify the recursive option to move everything. And when I run this, it copies my files. Now what I want to do is let's go back and verify and see what is in our CLI demo copy. Remember, this was our source, and I see that's now empty. And if I list my moved bucket, which is where I moved my files to, then I can see that my files are there. So when I run the move command, it copies my files, removes them from the source, they're copied to the destination. If I use the copy command, it makes a copy, and you will have those files still in your source and destination. So there's no removal from the source when you use just the copy command. So that's how you can move and copy files between buckets within Amazon S3. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn how to delete files and buckets from Amazon S3 using the command line. So again, I just list all my buckets, and as you remember, I have 3 buckets I have created in the previous lectures. So I have a CLI demo-copy, an CLI demo-moved, and my ACLI-demo. I'd like to do a little cleanup here. So I'd like to remove my ACLI-demo-copy bucket and my -moved bucket since they are duplicates. The command that I will use for that is the remove bucket. So I have AWS S3 RB for remove bucket, and then this is my bucket path that I would like to remove. So I'm going to execute that, and we see that that worked. I'd also like to do the same thing and remove my ACLI-demo-moved bucket. So again, I'm going to run my remove bucket command. So AWS S3 RB and my path that I want to remove, which is my demo-moved folder, or demo-moved bucket rather. So I'm going to execute this, and it says that my remove bucket failed. So why is that? Well, this bucket, if I do a ls command on it, we'll remember that we moved all of our files into this bucket. So the bucket that I removed previously was empty, but this one has files in it. If I run the remove bucket command, it must be run on an empty bucket. However, I can add -- force, and this will tell the command line to remove the bucket and all of its contents. So even if it's not empty, it's going to force a delete of the bucket and everything in it. So we can see that ran. So if I run my ls command, I see that indeed I just have my one bucket remaining. So the next thing I want to show you is how to delete an individual file. So let's just find a file that we can delete. So I'm going to list the contents of my a-cli-demo bucket. And I see that I have a file1.txt here. So I just want to delete that. This is the command that I would use to delete my single file1.txt. So it is AWS S3 RM for remove, and then the path to my individual file. Let's go ahead and execute that. So it shows that it deleted. We'll verify by running our ls command. And we can see that I have 3 folders there, but my file 1 is no longer listed, whereas in the previous ls command before I deleted, it did show up. So we deleted our file1.txt. So the last operation that I'd like to show you is how to delete an entire folder or prefix and all of its contents. So I want to delete my images folder. So this is the command that I will use to remove my images folder from my bucket. Again, it's AWS S3 RM for remove, the path of the folder or prefix that I want to delete, and I use the -- recursive option to say that I want to delete all files in this bucket with the images prefix. So let's execute that. It shows that I deleted 5 files. Let's just cycle back up using my up arrow key and list the contents of my ACLI-demo bucket. And I can see that I now just have my docs and my subfolder. So that's how you would delete a folder. I'm just going to finalize my cleanup and remove my last bucket. So I'm going to run the remove bucket command on my only remaining bucket, which is the a-cli-demo. I use the -- force option because it is not an empty bucket. So that completed. Going to list all of my buckets again. And I have no buckets remaining. So that covers how you can delete buckets, how you can delete an individual file in a bucket, and how you can delete all files in a specific folder within a bucket. Hi everyone, in this lecture we are going to learn how to use the sync command to sync files between our local computer and Amazon S3, as well as between locations in Amazon S3 as well. So you might be wondering, why do we need another command to do this? Because we've already seen the copy command and the move command that can be used to copy and move files around. Well, there is a slight difference in the sync command in that the sync command will only upload and overwrite files that have changed. So it's very helpful if you are consistently re-uploading or trying to synchronize one folder location to another. It can reduce the number of files transferred by only transferring those that have been modified. So I'm going to start off and create a bucket. So I've created this bucket, sync-bucket-east1. Now what I want to do is I want to synchronize the files from my current working directory, which is my S3 tutorial CLI-demo, where I've been keeping my demo files that I extracted previously. I want to have those go into this bucket right here. So we are going to use the sync command to do that. So this is the command we'll use. So AWS S3 sync. The dot indicates that my source is the current working directory on my local machine, which is this path right here. And this is the target location of my bucket in Amazon S3, where my files will be uploaded. And so I can see that completed. It uploaded several files. So I'm just going to list the contents of my target bucket. And I see that I have my docs, my images, my file1.txt. If I do that with the recursive option, I see all of my files in my subfolders as well, and that does look correct. So now what I want to do is I would like to modify a file, and I'm just going to choose to modify my file1.txt. If I do a dir, I see that's here on my local computer on my current directory. So let's just do notepad file1.txt. Again, if you're on Linux, you might use a different command to open that up and edit. But since we're on Windows, we'll just open that in Notepad. I'm going to update and save. And now if I cycle back up using my up arrow key, I'm going to rerun this same sync command that I ran previously and see what it does. And so we can see this time it only uploaded one file. So now what I'd like to look at is what happens if we remove a file from our source and then run the sync command. So let's just go ahead and try that out. So I'm going to use the del command on Windows to delete my file1.txt. Do a dir, and I see that I just have my docs and my images. My file1 is gone, so it's deleted. Now let's just rerun the same sync command. So AWS S3 sync, and then my local directory, and again my target bucket. So run that, and it shows that nothing was copied. So let's just look at our bucket in S3. So I can see when I list my bucket in S3, even though I deleted file1.txt on my local computer, it still exists in S3. Well, if I'm synchronizing files and folders to make them exact images of each other, I really would like, if I delete the file on my local machine, for it to be deleted in S3 as well. So how can we do that? So I can do that by running the sync command as I previously did, but put the -- delete option on the end. So I run that and I see that it does indicate that it deleted my file1.txt in my bucket. So let's just check that out. And indeed, it deleted my file. So if you want to have the sync command remove files from the target that were removed in the source, you need to tag on this -- delete option. The last task that I want to show you how to perform is how to sync buckets that are in S3 but in different regions. So I'm going to create another bucket using my make bucket command. It's going to be sync bucket west-1. I'm going to create that in the US West 1 region. So I made my bucket, and now I want to use my sync command to sync my files from my sync bucket-east to my sync bucket-west-1. So I can try running my sync command as I did previously with my source and my destination. So you can see I can use the sync command to also sync between one location in Amazon S3 to another. That concludes this lesson. You should now know how to use the sync command. In this lecture, I want to show you how to apply filters to the high-level S3 commands. Filters let us include or exclude files during copy, move, sync, or remove operations. I'm going to start off by making a bucket that I'm going to use to copy new files into. So I'm going to create this filter-demo-bucket. So let's take a look at the copy command with a new command option. So we'll see I have my copy command copying from my source, my local directory on my machine. And I'm copying to my filter demo bucket with the recursive option. And then I have this new parameter --exclude followed by a character in quotes. So what happens is for every object or file in my source, it checks this filter to see if that file matches. If it matches, then it will exclude that file. So let's run this. And we can see that did nothing because the asterisk is a wildcard, essentially excluding all files. So I can see on my local machine, I have several docx files, a PDF, a few PNGs, and a JPEG. Let's say I want to copy every file in my current directory except for the docx files. We can do that with this command. So I'm using my copy command to copy from my current local directory to my filter demo bucket into a folder or prefix called no-docx using the recursive option. And again, I've added on the --exclude option. And this pattern says exclude anything that ends with the docx extension. So let's try that out. So we can see the results. I see that I have JPEG files that copied, PNG files that copied, a PDF, a PNG, and another JPEG. So it did exclude my docx files. So that is how you could exclude files from an operation. What about the opposite situation? How could I include only certain file types in an operation? Say, for example, I want to only copy docx files from my source to my target. Well, for that, I would use this command. So for this copy command, again, I'm copying from my source, which is my local machine, to my filter demo bucket, to a prefix, only docx, because I want only my docx files copied to this particular folder, using the recursive option, and then I say exclude star, and then --include star.docx. So you might be wondering, why the exclude option? So it turns out the way this command works, if I don't have the exclude option here, and I just do include star.docx, it essentially copies everything. So multiple include and exclude filters can be applied. It's important to know that filters that appear last or later in the command line override those that appear first. So in this case, we're saying first, let's exclude everything, and then we apply this include filter, which overrides the previous and says only allow docx files to be copied. Well, let's try that out and see what happens. So I can see it copied 4 docx files. So that's an example of how you could copy only files of a certain type. So we could take this a step further and say, for example, I had multiple images out there that were PNGs and JPEGs, and I only want to copy the PNG files. Well, one way I could do that is I could run my copy command to copy from my current working directory to my demo bucket into a folder that I'm calling all-images-no-jpg using recursive option. And my first filter is I exclude everything. And then I have an include. And go back up here so you can see. I have an include. And I'm saying include anything, any file that matches this pattern. So star, images, star. So any file that has images text in the file name will get included. And then I have a third filter which says exclude star.jpg. So I'm including anything with images in the file name, excluding JPEGs, which should leave me with just the PNG files. So let's run this, and I see I copied 3 PNG files. Now, granted, that was a bit overkill because I could have just done this, which says exclude everything and then include any file that has images in the file name and ends with PNG. So if I run this, you see that I get the same result. So you've seen how to use include and exclude filters to have more control over what data you are transferring. In these examples, I use the copy command, but remember, you can use them with the remove, sync, and move commands also. And that concludes this lecture on command line filters. Welcome back. In this lecture, I want to teach you how to manage tags on your buckets using the low-level command line API. To set things up, I'm going to go ahead and create a bucket for the exercises that we'll do in this lecture. So that command finished. And I'm just going to run my copy command again to copy my demo files to my tagging bucket. All right, those uploaded. So how do we get tags on our buckets using the command line? Well, we use a command called put bucket tagging. And that command looks like this. So we'll notice something different with this command from the commands we have run thus far. We'll notice that the second parameter is S3 API, indicating that we are working with a low-level command. The command itself is put-bucket-tagging. We then have --bucket, the name of our bucket, and notice that we do not have the S3 // prefix when working with the low-level commands that are specified by this S3 API option. We do not need to use that prefix. We just use the bucket name itself. Then we have -- tagging, and then we have this tag set equals, and then this complex thing. Well, let's break this down a little bit. So we have tag set equals, and then what we have is, if you're familiar with JavaScript, this is a JSON or JavaScript object notation. And essentially we have an array indicated by the square brackets of key value pairs. So inside curly braces is a specific tag represented by a key and a value. So this first one represents one tag with a key of department, and we're setting the value to sales. And then the second tag is represented in these second curly braces, and I see that I have a key of customer and a value of Acme. So we can see we're going to add a tag for department and set the value to sales, and also add a tag for customer and set the value to Acme. So let's run this and see what happens. So we didn't get any errors, but we didn't see any output. So how can we view our tags to see if they indeed really exist? Well, to do that, we will use the get bucket tagging command. So let's break this command down. We have, again, AWS, S3 API, and we have get-bucket-tagging --bucket and our bucket name. So this command is pretty straightforward. So let's just run that. And we see here, we get back a JSON format where we have a tag set, which is an array of key value pairs. So we see our department is sales, and we see our customer Acme tag. So we've successfully put 2 tags on our bucket. How could we go about deleting those tags? Well, we can do that with the delete command. And so here we have our delete bucket command. Again, it's AWS S3 API delete -bucket -tagging -bucket and our bucket name. Let's run that. So that completed. And let's just cycle back up and run our get bucket tagging command again. So get bucket tagging and my bucket name. I'll run that. And it says no such tag set. So our tag set has been deleted and no longer exists. So what about updates? We put tags on our bucket when there were no tags existing. How could we update our tags? Well, we just run the put bucket tagging command again. And this time, I just want to remove my second key value pair. So I'm just going to have department of sales. Let's run that. So that is run. I'm going to run get bucket tagging again. And so I see that I just have one tag. It's important to note that when you are using the put bucket tagging command, that the tags that you specify completely replace what was out there. So in this example, I just had this one tag and it completely replaced the entire tag set. So that concludes how we can add tags, delete tags, and view the tags on our buckets in Amazon S3. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the commands that you can use to work with tags on individual objects. I'm going to just go ahead and run my ls command and verify that I have my tagging-demo-bucket still out there that I was working with in the previous lesson, and we're going to continue working with that in this lesson as well. The first command I want to introduce to you is the list objects command, and that command looks like this. So what we have is AWS S3 API list-objects --bucket, and then the name of our bucket. And we will run this. And we see we get this JSON formatted response. So we have a contents key, which has a value, which is set to an array. And each element of this array is representative of an object. And for each object here, we see that we have a key displayed, we have a last modified, date and time, we have an e tag, the size of the object, the storage class, and owner information. And this is going to be helpful for us because to work with tags on objects, we need to know the exact key of an object to add or remove tags from it. I now want to add tags to our images/star.jpg. And I'm going to do that with a new command called put-object-tagging. And the put object tagging command looks like this. So we have AWS S3 API put-object-tagging --bucket, followed by the name of our bucket that our object is in, --key, which is the key of the object we're adding tags to. And then we have --tagging, followed by the tag set parameter, like we had when we were working with buckets. So for our tags, I'm going to add one tag that has a key of color and a value of yellow. So let's go ahead and run this. And that completed. So now that I've added a tag, I would like to see if that tag is on my object. And I can do that with the get object tagging command. And this is what that command will look like. We have our AWS S3 API, get-object-tagging, which is the operation we're performing, followed by --bucket and our bucket name, followed by --key and the exact key of the object we want to retrieve the tags for. So we run that and we get back our tag set in JSON format. And so we see, indeed, I have one tag with a key of color and a value of yellow. If I want to update my tags, I simply have to just run the put object tagging command again. So I could add an additional tag here and have a key equals, we'll say shape, and a value equals star. And we'll run this command. And if I get those tags again, I just cycle back up using my up arrow. I'm going to run the same get object tagging command. And we see I now have 2 tags. It's important to note that when you run the put object tagging command, it completely replaces the tag set out there each time. The last thing I want to show you is how to remove tags off of an individual object, and we do that with the delete object tagging command. And this is what our delete command looks like. We have AWS S3 API delete -object -tagging --bucket and our bucket name, and again --key followed by the key name of our object. So I run that, and we will run our get object tagging command again. And so I see now that my tag set is empty. So now you know how to use the command line interface to add and update tags on your objects as well as delete tags. Okay, in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to add metadata to your objects from the command line when you copy them from one location to another. So the first thing I want to do is set up a bucket that I can copy some files from. And when we do the copy, we will add metadata. So I'm setting up this bucket called metadata-demo. I'll go ahead and create that. I now want to run a copy command that will copy my files from my demo directory on my local machine to my new Amazon S3 bucket and add metadata as well. So you'll notice we've seen everything that I've highlighted before. It's just copying from our source to our destination. We're using the recursive option to copy all files in all folders and subfolders. But then I've added this new --metadata option and some text in quotes. The text in quotes represents our metadata that we're adding. So we're adding a customer with a value of Acme and an author with a value of Matt. So let's run this. So now that we have uploaded our files, how can we verify that our objects have this metadata that we specified in our copy command? Well, we can do that with another API command, and that command is the head object command. So we see we have AWS S3 API head object, which is going to retrieve the meta header information for the object. We have our bucket name specified with the --bucket option. Then we have --key, and we have the key to an object in our bucket. And we can see up here, this is a key that was uploaded. So let's run this and see what it returns back. So we get back a JSON response, and we can see that we have this metadata value here, and that value contains our attributes. So we have customer of Acme and author of Matt. So it's important to note that metadata can only be added when you upload or copy an object. So if you want to remove metadata or update it, you would need to recopy or make a new copy of the object and specify the new metadata that you would like to place on that object. That concludes this lecture on how we can add metadata to our objects from the command line. Okay, I'd like to review what you have learned about the command line tools in this section. So we learned about high-level commands. We learned that they are commands that make common operations quick and easy from the command line, such as copy, move, sync, delete, create a bucket. They use the command format AWS S3, then the operation, followed by other options. The paths in S3 are prefixed with the S3:// prefix. You learned how to make a bucket using the AWS S3 MB command. And after the MB, we just had our bucket name, -- region, and the region identifier for the region that you want to create that bucket in. You learned how to remove a bucket with the RB command. Again, AWS S3 RB, your bucket name, and optionally, you could include the -- force option if your bucket is not empty. Remember, if you leave the -- force option off, your bucket must be empty to be able to remove that. We saw how to use the list command, so we could use AWS S3 ls to list all of our buckets in our account. We could also do AWS S3 ls and specify a path to a location in S3 and list the contents of a bucket or folder in S3. And then last, we learned how to use AWS S3 ls to recursively list all files in a path in S3. So we would have our path followed by the -- recursive option, and that would list every object in that location and all child folders as well. So you learned how to work with the copy command. Again, it was AWS S3 CP, our source where we are copying files or objects from, and the destination where those files get copied to. We saw how we could add on the -- recursive option to copy an entire folder and all of the child folders underneath. And we also learned how to use the metadata option to add metadata to our objects at the time they're uploaded. We also covered the sync command, which allows us to synchronize files and objects in one location to another, and only transfer data that has been modified since the last time it was uploaded. So the syntax for that was AWS S3 sync, and then we had our source location and the destination where those files would be copied. And then we also use the -- recursive option to have it sync all objects in all nested child folders. We also covered the -- delete option. So when you add this, the sync command will remove objects that were deleted out of the source from the destination also. Otherwise, if you remove an object from the source, it will stay in the destination when you sync. We covered the move command, which is similar to the copy command, with the exception that it removes the object from the source and copies it to the destination. So we could use this first version of it to copy a single object, or we could use this second version to copy a folder, and we use that with the -- recursive option to have it work recursively. We use the remove command to remove a single object, or we could use the remove command to remove everything within a folder, and we use this -- recursive option to do that. We also covered several low-level commands. And remember, low-level commands correspond directly to REST API operations within AWS. They use the format AWS S3 API, and then the specific operation that you are performing, such as put bucket tagging, get bucket tagging, etc. We use these to manage bucket tags. We also use them to manage object tags. So just to review the put bucket tagging command, it was AWS S3 API put -bucket -tagging --bucket followed by the bucket name. And then for our tags, we had -- tagging, and then we specified our tag set. So we looked at get bucket tagging, again, AWS S3 API, get bucket tagging with the -- bucket option followed by the bucket name, and that would list the tags on that specific bucket. We learned how to delete bucket tags using the delete bucket tagging command, again, just the -- bucket followed by the bucket name to remove all the tags on that bucket. And we learned how to list objects with the list objects command. And again, it's just the -- bucket and bucket name to list all objects in that bucket. We also looked at how we could work with tags on individual objects. So we put tags onto objects using the AWS S3 API put object tagging command. Again, we had our bucket name and then our object key, and then the tagging option along with a tag set containing the tags that would go on our object. To delete object tags, we use the delete object tagging command, and its format is very similar to other commands with the bucket name specified and then the object key specified. You also learned how to get object tags using the get object tagging command. Again, the bucket name followed by the bucket key. To get object metadata, we used the head object command to get the metadata headers. And again, -- bucket followed by the bucket name, -- key, and the key of the exact object you want to retrieve the metadata for. That's a quick review of everything we covered on the command line tools, and you are well on your way to being a power user with the command line tools.
In this lecture, we're going to talk about managing Amazon S3 costs. I know talking about costs and how much money you have to pay for something is not always fun, but the great news is with Amazon S3, you get virtually unlimited, highly scalable storage available to you for really mere pennies on the gigabyte. So let's just do a little quick review of what you do pay for with Amazon S3. So you pay per gigabyte stored per month, and this is just some approximate costs. So costs range for storage, from less than half a cent to roughly 2 cents per gigabyte, depending on the storage tier that your data is stored in. You pay for requests, which is get, put, post, list requests made via the REST API. And remember, when you're using the command line tools or the web interface, that those behind the scenes are making REST API calls. So Amazon tallies those up and bills you per 1,000 requests at the end of the month. So the cost for requests is somewhere between half a cent to a penny per 1,000 requests. And again, that depends on the storage tier as well. You pay for data transfer out of Amazon's data centers. And so I've listed here that this is anywhere from $0 to 9 cents per gigabyte. You get a few gigabytes of transfer out per month free, and it tops out at around 9 cents per gigabyte of transfer out. Data transfer in is always free, and you get 5 gigabytes of free standard storage, 10,000 get requests, 2,000 put requests, and 15 gigabytes of data transfer out for your first year. And granted, these prices could change. These are to give you an approximate idea of what your costs will be like. And it's also good to note that these costs can fluctuate a little bit depending on the region that you have your data stored in. You may remember this chart from a previous lecture, and this I just want to illustrate how cost for storage changes and how cost per request changes as you move through different storage tiers. So standard is the most expensive for stored gigabytes. Glacier is the least expensive. When it comes to requests, standard, you pay less per request, and then as you move toward Glacier, you pay more per request. And so that's why you want to choose your storage tier appropriately for how frequently your data is accessed and how quickly you need it out of S3. So we've got some exciting things to cover in this section. Exactly what will you learn? Well, we're going to learn how to set storage classes on objects. We'll learn how to create a lifecycle configuration, and this lets you set up rules so that Amazon will automatically move your data to better storage tiers or less expensive storage tiers based on how frequently you need to access your data. So for example, you could have data moved after 30 days from standard storage to infrequent access. Then maybe after 60 days, you have that archived off to Glacier. And then who knows, maybe after 6 months, it's been in Glacier, you want that data deleted. You can set an expiration and Amazon will automatically delete that. So really awesome feature. It's really great for managing your data. We'll learn how to get data out of Glacier, and we'll learn how to use Cost Explorer to analyze storage costs and see some reports. So that's a quick summary of what's ahead in this section. If you have time, I hope you'll join me in the next lesson. Welcome back, everyone. In this lecture, I want to very quickly show you how to change and set storage classes using the AWS console. If you haven't already, there is a zip file in the resources section accompanying this lesson. If you want to follow along, just download and extract that. We will be using those files to drop them in a bucket to demonstrate how we can set and change storage classes. So let's begin by creating a new bucket. And remember, if you're following along, you may need to use a different bucket name since all bucket names must be unique across all of AWS. I'm going to create my-storage class-bucket. I will hit next. I'm going to use all of the defaults, click next all the way through, create my bucket. So I see I have my bucket, and I'm going to drag my Explorer window over so you can see I've extracted my storage class demo-zip. I'm going to go ahead and drop my files here to upload those. So I've got 11 objects. And you can see here we have the option to choose a storage class at the time that we upload files. So we have standard, intelligent tiering, standard IA, one zone IA, and Glacier. And reduced redundancy is not recommended for use right now. We can also see there is this intelligent tiering, which is a new offering from Amazon where you pay a small fee per object and Amazon automatically chooses the optimal tier between standard and standard IA for your objects. So let's just go ahead and we will upload these with the standard storage class. I hit upload. Now if I want to change a storage class after the fact, I can select a single file and choose change storage class, and I could move this to standard IA and hit change, and we can see my storage class is listed over here as standard IA now. I could also highlight multiple objects or a single prefix and hit change storage class again. And this one I'm going to put in one zone IA. I'll save that. Confirm by hitting change. Now if I look in my images folder, I see that all the images in that folder are in one zone IA. If I look in my docs folder, I see that those are still standard because that is what we originally uploaded all of our files with. And last but not least, I could go up to my bucket level and select my bucket, and I could change the storage class for the bucket, and it will apply that storage class to everything in the bucket. So I'm going to hit standard again and hit change. And I see my file 1 is in standard. My images are back in the standard storage class. And my docs are in standard. So that's how you can change storage classes with the AWS console. In the next lesson, we will check out how we can do this from the command line. Okay, in this lecture, we are going to learn how to use the command line tools to change storage classes. So you'll see that I've already opened a command prompt and I've navigated to my storage-class-demo folder on my local computer. So let's dive right in and learn some more command line awesomeness here. I'm going to start off by using a copy command to upload my files again and set the storage class when I do that. So here's the copy command that I'm going to use. I'm going to copy from my local directory to my storage class bucket using recursive option, and I add this --storage-class option followed by the identifier of the storage class I want to use. In this case, I'm setting it to standard_IA to put it in the standard infrequent access storage class. So I went ahead and ran that, and we can see that it uploaded my files. So let's just check one of my files in here. I'll choose to check my file1.txt to view the storage class. So here I'm going to use the head object command to list out the meta headers for my file1. And I can see I have a storage class of standard_IA. So we can see that the option I used on my copy command did take effect. The next thing I want to show you is how you can change the storage class on a single object that already exists in Amazon S3. And we will do that with the copy command also. And so here's the copy command that I will use to do that. What I do is I set my source to my file1.txt in S3, and I set my destination to the same thing. So it essentially is copying the file to itself. I use the storage class option, and I'm going to specify OneZone_IA, this time to put it in the OneZone infrequent access tier. So we can see that copied. Again, let's just run our head object command, and I see that that did change to OneZone_IA. So another frequent task that you will encounter is you may find yourself needing to change the storage class on a set of objects that all have the same prefix. And we will do that again with our copy command. So here's the copy command that I'm going to run. You can see that my source is my storage class bucket /images, and my destination is going to be the same thing. I need to add images on here. So my destination is the same, --recursive, and then I'm going to set the storage class to OneZone_IA. So let's run that. So it shows that it copied these images files. So one thing we can do here is just to verify all of our storage classes in the images prefix is use the AWS list objects command. And so I'm going to run my list objects command. I've specified my bucket, and then I'm adding on this new -- prefix option, which says only list objects in this bucket that have the images prefix. And I can see it listed my objects. So I have images /* is OneZone_IA. My red square is OneZone_IA. And I have all of my other objects in my images prefix are OneZone_IA. So you've seen how you can set the storage class when you upload files, and how you can change it on a single file, and how you can set the storage class on a group of objects that have the same prefix. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next lecture. All right, let's learn about the exciting topic of lifecycle management. What exactly is lifecycle management? It's a way to manage costs by ensuring objects are automatically moved to the most cost-effective storage class. A common use case for lifecycle management is application logs. So say you have an application that writes logs to standard storage every hour, couple of hours, maybe at the end of a day. And maybe you know that you're more likely to need frequent access to those in the first 30 days that they are written to S3. And after 30 days, you know it's not likely that you need as frequent of access to those logs, so you can move them to standard IA. And maybe after 60 days, you don't need much access to those, but you want to retain them for a little while longer for data retention policies you might have or regulatory requirements. So you decide you want to move those off to Glacier, and then after 90 days, you want to do some cleanup and you want those logs and files deleted. So this is a pretty common scenario. So I've switched over to my AWS console, and I'd like to walk through how we could set up lifecycle management for a scenario similar to what we just illustrated. And I'm going to work with my storage class bucket that I already have right here. So if I click on that bucket, I can go into the Management tab, and we'll see that I have this lifecycle option, which is already highlighted. And what I want to do to set this up is I want to add a lifecycle rule. So the first thing I need to do is enter a rule name, and we'll call this application log rule. And we can scope this to either a tag or a prefix. And so in my example, I want to scope this to the docs prefix or folder. I can select that here. And so you see it's added my prefix. I could also, if I wanted to, scope this based on a tag. But for this example, I'm going to stick with just a prefix. I hit next. And the next thing I need to do is add rules for my transitions. You'll see I have two checkboxes here, one for current version and one for previous versions. Since we haven't covered versions yet, I will just leave it with the current version. But do know that if you have versioning enabled, then you can set up rules to transition both the current version and previous versions of your objects. So I've selected current version, and let's add our first transition. And so we want to transition to standard IA after 30 days, and know that you can't change this to less than 30 days. There's a 30-day minimum. So that covers my transition from standard to standard IA. I also want to have a transition from standard IA to Glacier after 60 days. And so this will cover my transition actions. The next thing I want to do is configure expiration. And expiration controls when an object gets automatically deleted. So I will choose current version. Note, I could also enable this for previous versions. And after 90 days, I'm going to have this object expired. And so you'll see there's this cleanup expired object delete markers option. You can hover the information icon to see what that is for. Delete markers are related to versioning, and it's essentially a delete marker is used to mark that an item's been deleted. So you could go back and recover it. This last option, cleanup incomplete multi-part uploads. If for some reason you have an object that was only partially uploaded, but the multi-part upload was incomplete, you could have those automatically deleted. I'm just going to leave that turned off, and I will hit next. And so I see a summary of my rule, the name, it's scoped to the docs prefix. For current versions of objects, we're going to transition to standard IA after 30 days. transition to Amazon Glacier after 60 and expire after 90. So let's hit save. So I have my rule here. I could add other rules. I could select this, I could delete it, I could edit, and I also have actions. I could disable the rule, which would disable it so it wouldn't be applied. And I could choose to also re-enable that rule. That's how you set up lifecycle management. It's a great tool for automating your transitions between storage classes, and it's also a really great tool to help alleviate some of the administrative overhead with managing data retention policies that you might have within your organization and things of that nature. I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and that concludes lifecycle management. Okay, in this lecture, I want to continue on and talk about how we can get data out of Glacier. So I'm going to work with my storage class bucket. And let's just say we want to put our file 1.txt into Glacier. We do that by changing our storage class. And I select Glacier right here and hit save and then change. I can see now that this file says it's in Glacier. If I click on this file, you'll notice that I do not have the download options available, and that's because we put it in Glacier. So if I have files in Glacier, how do I go about getting those back out? Well, if I come up to my file1.txt here, I can select my file, and I can come to Actions, and I can say Restore from Glacier. And what I need to do here is I need to specify a number of days that the file will be available. So if I put in 1 day, then after 1 day, the file will be automatically deleted. And then I have several retrieval options. I can choose bulk retrieval, which is within 5 to 12 hours, standard, which is within 3 to 5 hours, and expedited, which is typically within 1 to 5 minutes when retrieving less than 250 megabytes. So each of these options is priced slightly different. So the faster you get it out, generally the more you'll pay per gigabyte. You can see there's a pricing link down here if you want to visit that and check that out. So I hit restore. I'm going to go ahead and go with the expedited option for the sake of this demo. And if I click here, again, my options are still grayed out. If I click on the file, I can see that the status here, restoration in progress. So that tells me that it's in the process of being restored. I'm going to pause the video right here until that becomes available. Okay, so my file has been restored, and you can see now that my download buttons are now available again. So I could download this, or I could make a copy of it to another bucket at this stage. We'll see that it does have an expiration date, so I would need to do something with it before January 26, 2019, 6 p.m. After that, it will get deleted. So that's just a quick demonstration of how you would put files into Glacier and how you restore them.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to cover AWS Cost Explorer and how we can use that to analyze our S3 costs. The first thing I want to do is I want to go to my S3 dashboard. And you can see I have 3 buckets set up: cost bucket 1, cost bucket 2, and cost bucket 3. If I look at these buckets, I've also set up some tags. So I have a department of HR on my cost bucket 1. I have on cost bucket 2, I have a department of IT. And then on my cost bucket 3, I have a tag department of marketing. So I have some tags set up, and we're going to use those to generate some reports based on department. The next thing I need to show you is, in order to use those tags in cost reporting, I need to go into my billing section. So you can either type it here, or I've accessed it frequently. I can click it directly here from my history. And from here, this is a overall summary, but the thing that I want to do is go into my cost allocation tags, and I can see the tags that I have available. And I see that I have department right here, and it is active. I've already activated that. But if it were not active, as you can see these in red that are labeled inactive, I would need to click on this and activate that tag. So you can see I just activated the client tag. And once your tags have been activated, it may take up to 24 hours before you'll be able to generate reports that break down the costs based on that tag. So just keep that in mind. If it doesn't show up for you immediately, there is some time lag required before that will show up. So now under our services, let's just go to Cost Explorer. So Cost Explorer is a tool that you can use to explore your costs for all of your Amazon services, not just S3. So we can see on the dashboard, we have our month-to-date costs, we have our forecasted month-end costs, and we get this chart of our costs on a daily basis. What I want to do is go over here to the magnifying glass and click that and go into costs and usage. So we have this bar chart here that isn't showing a whole lot right now because this is for all of our Amazon services. So I want to narrow the scope of this to some test data that I put in recently. So we're going to go from January 23rd to say the 29th. If that will work, we'll apply. And I'm going to do this on a daily basis. And so now I've got my bars for each day in my period. It's still showing all my costs for all of my Amazon services. Well, I can come over here to the right in my filters, and I will just select my S3 service and apply. So now I'm filtered to showing only the costs for Amazon S3. You'll notice at the top of this bar chart, we have several links that let us group our report by different items. So for example, say if I wanted to see my costs by region, I can see I have US East, North Virginia, US West, Oregon, US West, North California. And so I can see that on the 24th, most of my cost was in the US East, North Virginia region, and I had a little bit in the US West region, and then it kind of tapered off. This is the day that there was a lot of transfers happening, I'm pretty sure, so a lot of that is for getting data into S3. I can come up here, and instead of seeing this stack chart, I could change this to a bar or a line chart. So let's just go with the bar chart for now. So that's how you could break this down by region. I could also choose API operation if I wanted to analyze which API calls are using the most cost. And as we can see here, this copy part get, which is related to the upload and transfer of files into S3, was where the majority of my cost was on this day. And then the others are standard. I have a little bit for restoring objects from my Glacier lecture. So that's how you could break down your cost by API operation. The way we would do this by tag is we would come up here to the tag link and select my department tag, since that is what I'm interested in. And so here I can see I have HR, IT, no tag key, and marketing. So you'll remember that I had tagged 3 buckets with HR, IT, and marketing. So we see, again, here on the 24th, HR had the bulk of the cost, IT had a little bit, and we have a little bit of cost for buckets or storage that do not have any tags. And so we can kind of see how this changes. Let's just do this in a side-by-side bar. And then you can look at the details down below to get kind of a line item list. And so this is just broken out in a tabular format. So we have our days across the top, and then we have our tags down here. And so we can see our cost for each department on those days. And you could do this by month, whatever time period that you found most helpful. So once we've set up our report, I would like to keep this so that I don't have to reconfigure my filters and my date ranges and my grouping. So we can hit Save As, and we will say that this is our daily cost by department. And I can save that report. And once that's saved, whenever I come back, I can come in here and see daily S3 cost by department, and I can regenerate this report. So that's how you can use Cost Explorer to analyze and look at where your money is being spent and how it's being spent with S3 or any other Amazon service for that matter. In this section, we are going to learn about how you can secure your data in Amazon S3 with the different permission mechanisms that are available to you. So there's several different things that play into permissions and securing your data. So we have ACLs, we have public access settings, we have bucket policies, we have IAM users, we have IAM groups, and we have IAM policies. And just a refresher, if you're wondering what IAM stands for, it stands for Identity and Access Management. So that's quite a few different items that play into permissions. So it can be a little confusing, huh? Well, I hope that in the next few slides and the following lectures and hands-on examples that we can bring clarity and really give you a clear understanding of how each of these things work and how they work together. So what are ACLs? Well, it stands for Access Control Lists, and these grant high-level permissions. Typically, they're used for granting access to other AWS accounts. You can use an ACL to quickly make a bucket or file public. There's no complex rule language, so you can basically set list, read, write permissions on buckets and objects, and you can also set permission to change permissions. It's important to note that these apply to account owners, so you can apply this to your account. You could grant permissions to another AWS account, but these do not apply to users, IAM users that you create inside of your account. Let's talk about bucket policies. What is a bucket policy? Well, a bucket policy allows or denies a specific principal to perform certain actions on specific resources. It's a JSON document attached to the bucket. If you're not familiar, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. A principal could be an IAM user, a separate AWS account, or it could be another AWS service. So the principal is basically the entity that is trying to act on a resource. Resources are buckets, objects, and tags. With bucket policies, we can grant very granular permissions. So we could allow a specific user to perform a specific action on a specific resource. For example, we might let John have only get object permission on a specific object key. So we can do very granular permissions with bucket policies. There are tools built into AWS to help generate these. So if you're not familiar with JSON, don't worry, there's tools that will help you with that. And the JSON format's really pretty simple once you kind of see it. Okay, let's move on to IAM policies, users, and groups. An IAM policy is a JSON document that allows or denies a user, group, or service to perform specific actions on specific resources. So a policy can be attached to a single user or a group. If you'll remember, when we set up our command line tools, we created an admin users group and then assigned a admin user to that group. And we attached a policy to the group to give permissions to our admin users to access API calls through the command line. Users can be assigned to groups to make managing security policies easier. So for example, an HR group could hold all HR users. This allows permissions to be managed for everyone in the group easily. If I went and put permissions on each individual HR user, if something changes, I would have to go back through each user and apply those permissions. It's more error prone. I could instead put all those users in a group, define my group policy once, and it's a much more efficient way of managing it. And it's great at helping to reduce any manual errors that might happen. Really simplifies administration and management. So what are public access settings? That was another one of the blocks that I showed in my first slide. Well, public access settings are a new feature intended to allow you to quickly and easily turn off public access to your buckets and objects or prevent new public permissions from being granted on them. So think of public access settings as a quick kill switch to control public access. You can do this at either the bucket level or the account level. So you can say basically shut off all public access, or you can say prevent any new policies from being applied that would give public access. So a common question, and often a point of confusion, is what if I use IAM policies, bucket policies, and ACLs? Well, to start off, security in AWS is designed to be least privilege. So what this means, all buckets and objects are private by default. So everything is private unless you specifically perform actions to open it up. What if you have policies defined in multiple places? Good question. Well, first, if permissions are not specified anywhere, then that permission is denied by default. So if it's not specifically allowed, then it's denied. If one policy allows an action and another denies, then the action is denied. Any deny present in any policy trumps any allow permission for the action and resource in question. So essentially you can think about this as AWS evaluates all the policies. If there's a deny permission for the current security context or principle for that action, then that's going to be denied. So what else are you going to learn in this section? Well, I hope in the following lectures to show you hands-on how to make buckets and objects public using ACLs, how to use IAM policies to restrict access to certain groups, and how to use bucket policies to make a bucket and objects public. So that concludes this introduction to security and permissions. I have some really cool hands-on examples in the following lectures. Please join me in the next lecture. All right, are you ready to dive into access control lists? In this lecture, I want to walk through a hands-on example of how we can make our buckets public, as well as an object inside of our bucket. Sometimes you might have an image or a video that you have placed into a bucket and you want to make that accessible to everyone over the internet. If you have not already downloaded it, there is an acl-demo.zip attached to this lesson with a few image files if you'd like to use those to follow along as we go. I've already downloaded that and I have it extracted on my machine. You can see we have a few of our image files that we've been working with. I'm just going to move that off to the side for now, and I'm going to create my bucket. If you're following along, remember to use a different name than I'm using. I'll let that be in the US East North Virginia region. I'll accept the defaults. You'll see I get options to set permissions when I'm creating my bucket. we have our public access settings, which we mentioned previously. So right now, the default is to block new public ACLs, remove public access granted through public ACLs. So by default, these are all checked, meaning we're blocking any ACLs or policies from granting public access. I'm going to leave these checked for now, but just know that we will have to remove these in order to allow public access, but I want to show you how you can do that in another location. So let's create our bucket. So there's my ACL demo bucket. If I click on this, I can go into permissions, and we can see I have public access settings. I have my access control list. And so here's the things that I can do with access control lists. I could change the permissions for my AWS account owner. I really don't want to do that. I could add access to another AWS account. I would need to get the canonical account ID, which is available under the account details. If you come up to my account, you can find that canonical ID, or you can use the email address for the account. Public access, I'm going to say I want to give everyone access to this bucket, and I'm going to give them just list permissions. Very rarely would you ever want to give write permissions to the public for a bucket. I'm going to give everyone in the world permissions to list objects. I click save, and you see I get this access denied error. Well, the reason for that is if we come back to our public access settings, you can see that we are blocking new ACLs from granting those permissions. So let's click edit here, and I'm going to remove those two checks. And it requires me to confirm this by typing confirm. So confirm. Those have been changed. So let's go back to our access control list, and we're going to try granting everyone list objects permission. Again, it gives us this warning. I click save, and you can see now it's got this orange public label, so we can see at a glance that it is public. So now let's go to our bucket, and I want to upload my image files. That's in my S3 tutorial folder, ACL demo. I'm going to grab these 5 files. Next. So I could set permissions here. You can see my S3 owner has all permissions. I want to leave that the same. I could grant permissions to another AWS account. And I have this option to manage public permissions. So I could grant public read access, or I could choose not to grant public read access. So I'm going to stay with do not grant for right now. I'll use my standard storage tier, and I upload. And so now if I go into my blue square, and if I open this in an incognito window, I won't have cookies. So I see that access is denied, so I don't have public access yet on my image. However, if I take off the image and just put in my bucket URL, then I can see that I get this XML file that lists the contents of our bucket. So we can see that the bucket has public access to list objects, but my object is still not allowed to be downloaded publicly. So I need to go into my permissions, and I'm going to grant public access to read the object. So now if I go back and I open a new incognito window, I can see my blue square. So that's how you would make a file public. In most instances, you don't want to make a bucket or object public to everyone. The exception is if you have a video or image or something that you want to maybe link to from a website or make downloadable to the general public, then that's the scenario you would do this. Just to circle back and touch on public access settings. So note that we had our bucket. So if I go to my buckets, I have under my permissions, I have public access settings for this bucket. I could also manage these at my account level. So we'll see that the account level right now, it is not blocking. I could change these, and I could say block all of these and save. And if I come back to my bucket and my blue square, we'll see if I open a new incognito window that access is now denied. So even though I granted public access, I changed my public access settings at the account level, which effectively turned off that access. So that concludes this lecture. You now know how to make a bucket or object public, as well as how you can modify your public access settings at the bucket level or your account level. Okay, in this lecture, we're going to work through a hands-on exercise using IAM, policies, users, and groups to control access and permissions on our buckets and objects. To do that, I've set up a scenario that we are going to work through. What we're going to do is we are going to have a team of developers and project managers working on a project. We want to house all project files in a single bucket. Project managers and developers will only be able to access this specific bucket, not other buckets. Project managers will have access to all files in the project bucket. Developers can read and write files in a specific development folder inside of this bucket we're going to create. And developers will have read-only access to a list of project task assignments. So just to illustrate what we're going to set up, we're going to have a project bucket. Inside of that bucket, we're going to have a development folder, and we're going to have a task assignments file. Our project managers will have read-write access to the development folder, and they will have read-write access to the task assignments file, so basically all files in the bucket. Our developers will have read-write access to their development folder, and they will be given read-only access to the task assignments file because we want them to read it, but only project managers should be able to edit that file. So let's switch over to our S3 dashboard. I'm going to start by creating our bucket. And I'm going to call this my project demo bucket. Just remember, if you use a different name anywhere that I'm using my project demo bucket in this lecture, that you'll need to substitute your name in place of this name. So I'm just going to accept the defaults all the way through. So I have my project demo bucket created. The next thing we want to do is put our files into it. So there is a file attached with this lecture that has the files and folders we're going to use throughout this video. So I'm going to go into my demo bucket. I'm going to choose upload. So I have my permissions demo zip extracted. I'm going to go into permissions demo inside of my project bucket demo, and I want to select my development and task assignments, and I'm going to upload those, and I will go back to my overview, and just for demonstration purposes I'm going to create another bucket. So I'll call this bucket my private demo bucket. And in my private demo bucket, I'm going to upload files. So I have my permissions demo. In my permissions demo, I'm going to drag this top secret.txt, and I will upload that. So now I have two buckets set up. I have my private demo bucket and my project demo bucket. The next thing that we want to do is we want to set up our group for our project managers. So let's go to services and type in IAM. And I'm going to start by creating my policy for project managers. So from the IAM dashboard, I select policies. I'm going to choose create new policy. For my service, I will choose S3. And now I need to specify the actions that I'm going to allow my project managers to perform. So you can see, we could say all S3 actions. We have list, read, write, and permissions management, but we can expand each one of these to see that there are many actions that we can allow. So for my project managers, I'm going to let them list bucket, and I'm going to go ahead and say list all my buckets just so that we will be able to log in as a project manager into our web console and be able to navigate around to test things out. And then I also want to give read permissions. So I'm going to say they can get an object, and I also want to let them delete objects and put objects. So this will give them the ability to create and update objects, delete objects, fetch objects, list all buckets, and list our bucket in question. So that's the actions we want them to perform. The next thing we can do is set up which resources this policy is going to be associated with. So we can choose specific or all. I'm going to leave this as specific. And I want to restrict this policy to a specific bucket. And you'll see here, there's this link that says add ARN. An ARN is an Amazon resource number that uniquely identifies a resource in AWS. So we need to go back to our bucket and find this Amazon resource number. I'm going to right click on this logo and say open in new tab. And I'm going to go back to my S3 dashboard, select or highlight my project demo bucket, and you'll see there is this copy bucket ARN. So click that. That should now be on our clipboard. So I can now say add ARN, and I can paste that in. You'll see here I could also just type my bucket name and it would build this URL for me. If I click any, it changes that to star, so resources can use wildcards. So for objects, I'm going to say that my bucket name is my-project-demo-bucket. And remember, if you created a different bucket name, you'll need to substitute your name here. And for objects, I'm going to make this as any. You'll see it puts a star. And so the actual ARN for the object resources that we're applying this policy to is this string here. So we have my project demo bucket /star. So we've added our resources. We can now review our policy, and we're going to give it a name. So I'm going to call this custom project manager policy, and I actually can't use spaces. This has to be with no spaces. And I like to personally, any custom policy I create, I like to put this custom prefix on there just so I can quickly search and find these policies later. So we can put in a description, and I can see a summary here. S3 is going to allow list, read, and write on multiple resources. So let's create our policy. And so we have our policy created. The next thing we want to do is create a group for our project managers. So let's go to groups, create new group. We'll call this project managers and click next step. And so now we are being prompted to attach a policy. So I'm going to find my custom project management policy by typing custom in the search filter. I select that, I click next, and I click create group. So I now have my project managers group. The thing that I want to do now is I want to set up a project manager user. So we're going to add user. So this will be project manager 1. We're going to give them access to the console, and I'm going to uncheck that they must create this new password on the next sign in. I click next, and I'm going to be prompted to add this to a group. So I select my project managers group. And then next we have tags. And I'm just going to skip over this for now. And we have a review screen. We can see Project Manager 1. We're giving them AWS Management Console access, custom password, and they are assigned to our project managers group. So let's create this user. Okay, so our project manager 1 is created. We'll see our sign-in link. So let's just give this a try and right click. I'm going to open in a new incognito window. So I'm signing in with my project manager 1, and I'm going to go to my S3 service. And so we'll see that I can go into my project demo bucket and I can view my files. I see those there. I can go back up and let's just try out my private demo bucket. We see that we get an error and no files are listed, so that is exactly what we would expect since we restricted our policy to my project demo. So let's just go in here and let's see if it allows us to upload our task assignments file from our local machine just to make sure that our permissions are working as expected. So I'll hit upload. And I'm going to drag my task assignments file over here. I choose upload. And that succeeded. So it does look like our permissions are set so that we can update objects in this bucket. So we now have our project managers set up. We created a policy for our project managers. We created a project managers group and assigned that policy to it. And then we added our project management user to our group, and we've tested that out. So that concludes this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to continue on and set up our developers group and their permissions. Okay, in our previous lecture, we completed setting up a IAM policy group and user for our project managers, and we tested that out and saw that they indeed could update files in our project demo bucket as well as read files. In this lecture, we want to continue and we want to set up our developers policy group and user and apply the permissions necessary to only give our developers access to the development folder. So let's jump back over to IAM. And again, I'm going to start by creating my policy. I'll choose Create Policy. I'm going to choose S3 as my service. And then here we're going to specify our actions. And so I'm going to give them permissions to list all of my buckets and list this specific bucket. So they'll be able to view contents. This is mainly so that we can use the web console when we log in as a developer. If we do not give them this permission, then the web console will just throw an error. We are going to give them read permissions to get object. We are going to give them put object permissions. And now we need to define what resources we want them to have access to. So again, it's going to be specific resources. So we need to add the ARN for our bucket. And so again, I'm going to open a link in a new tab to my console, go to S3, highlight my project demo bucket. I'm going to copy the ARN. So I can now get the ARN from my bucket and paste it here. Note, I could also just type the bucket name there, and I'll actually copy that for the next item. Okay, so now we need to specify objects. In the previous lecture, we let project managers have access to all objects in the bucket, but for developers, we want to restrict them to specific objects. We're going to use our prefix notation and say development followed by star. And so what we see is we have our ARN for our resources, our My Project Demo bucket, development, and then the wildcard, the asterisk, essentially says this will apply to all objects with the development prefix. So let's go ahead and add this rule. So just to review, S3, I chose S3 as my service. The actions I want this policy to apply to is list all my buckets, list bucket, get object, and put object. For actions that need a bucket type, I've entered my bucket. And for actions that need an object resource, then this is the resources that those actions will be restricted to. So let's hit review. I'm going to give this a name and say develop custom development policy. And I add a description, and I'm going to create this policy. Now that that's created, I want to create my developers group. So I'll add a new group, and I will say, call this developers, and hit next, and search for my policy. So here's my custom development policy. We'll choose next step. This all looks correct, so let's create our group. So I have my developers group created. Now let's create a developer user. I'm going to call my developer developer-1, going to give them console access, a custom password, and we're not going to require them to create a new password at sign-in. And let's hit next. For permissions, I'm going to add them to my developers group that we created. I'm going to skip tags, and I get to my review screen, and let's click create user. Okay, so again, it gives me a sign-in link here up in the success message. Let's right click. I'm going to open this in an incognito window that does not have cookies. I'm going to sign in with my developer1 credential. Navigate to S3. And so our bucket's listed. If I click my private demo bucket, I can see access is denied. If I go to my project demo bucket, I can see that I can read files. I can open my development folder. So let's just test out and make sure that we can write files to our development folder. And so to do that, I'm going to open development. And so I'm just going to edit my index.html. And so I have this program, Notepad++. You could use Notepad or another program on your computer. I'm just going to update this. Save and close. And then I want to upload. I want to upload my index that I changed. I hit upload. It says that that was successful. Let's click into our index file. So if I hit download, then I can open and see that it did take my update. So it looks like my developers can update their files. Let's also test and see if we can access our task assignments. I can see that I can view this, but if I try to download it, I get this access denied error, which is as it should be. So let's just make sure that our developers can't update our task assignments.txt. So I'm going to bring my sample files over, and I'm going to edit my task assignments. Save my changes to this file, and let's see if we can upload. I'm going to drag my task assignments over here after I modified it, hit upload, and we see it gave me an error. So it does look like that restricted me from updating my task assignments file. If I close out my incognito window that I've been logged in as my developer1, then I can go back to my S3 dashboard where I'm signed in as my root user. And let's just double check. I will download my task assignments.txt. Let's open that, and we can see that it's still the same. My developer was not able to modify that. So there's one additional thing we still need to do. As you remember, I was not able to download my task assignments.txt as a developer. So I want to allow them to download that file so that they can see what tasks they are assigned. So let's update our developer policy by going back to IAM. I choose policies, and let's find my custom development policy. And as you can see here in this editor, we can see the JSON that was created. So if I just edit this, I can look at the JSON here. So I see that I have this statements element that is an array, and I have multiple policy statements in here. The SID is just a unique ID. The effect is either allow or deny. The action is a list of all of the actions that we want included. And then we have our resources listed. So the policy, the visual editor, is really just a wizard that's creating this JSON. I'm going to go back to the visual editor. I want to add additional permissions. And this again is going to be the S3 service. And what I want to do is I want to allow get object permissions. And again, I'm going to use specific resources. So this will be, and I want a specific object name. So task underscore assignments.txt is the exact object key we want to allow our developers to read. So I've added my object restriction here. So let's just review our policy, and we will click save. And I can now see the JSON here that it created. We'll see that it added this new permission down here, which is allow get object on my project demo bucket and the task assignments.txt. So I'm going to go to my IAM dashboard, and I have my IAM users sign in link. I just want to click this to copy it, and I'm going to open a new incognito window. So I paste in my sign in link. I sign in with my developer 1. I'm going to go to my S3 dashboard. And so let's see if I can now go into my project demo, task assignments, and I should be able to download. So we see that it did download a file, and I have my project scheduled. So that's how you could allow access to only a specific object key using an IAM policy. So if you have time, please join me in our next lecture where we will explore how to add a deny permission. Okay, in this lecture, we're going to explore how we can implement a deny permission. So far, everything we have implemented has been specifically allow permissions. We're going to continue working with our project managers and developers groups. Specifically, we're going to modify our project managers group to disallow them from downloading files in the developer folder. So let's go over to IAM. And under our policies, let's find our project manager policy. And so remember, I had named this prefixed with custom. So here's my custom project manager policy. I want to edit this, and this is going to bring up the visual editor. So we need to add an additional set of permissions. And this is going to be S3, since that's our service we're working with. And you'll notice this link over to the right. I want to switch to deny permissions. And so we can see this red deny label popped up over here. And I specifically am going to deny read access to get object I want to apply this to specific resources. So I'm going to add my ARN, and I'm going to deny on star. So my project demo bucket development /star. So I'm going to deny any object that has the development prefix to be downloaded by this policy. This is also a good example of how the deny permission always overrides allow, because as you recall, we had get object up here and we allowed it for every object in our bucket. And then down here, we're denying it on our development prefix. So the deny always trumps allow. All right, now let's review our policy. We'll save changes. And I'm going to go to my dashboard, going to copy my sign-in link, open my incognito window. So I paste in my sign-in link, and I'm going to log in as my project manager 1. I'll go into S3, and let's see, I go into my project demo bucket, and if I go into development, I choose my hello.txt. If I try to download, I should get an error. So we see that access is denied. So I have now effectively denied my project managers the get object permission for objects in the development folder. So it looks like our policy is applied as we expected. So that concludes our hands-on example of how you can use IAM policies, users, and groups to control access to your S3 buckets and objects.
Welcome back. In this lecture, I want to show you how you can implement a bucket policy on a bucket to make the objects in that bucket public. If you'll recall, so far, all the examples we have used have been either with ACLs or policies within IAM applied to a group. So the first thing I want to do is I want to check the public access settings for this account to make sure that public policies will not be blocked at the account level. So we can see that I have block new public policies set to true and block public and cross account access to buckets that have public policies. So I need to edit this and remove these two checks to allow public policies. I confirm that by typing confirm, and it shows that my access settings were saved successfully. So we've allowed that at the account level. So let's go back to our S3 dashboard. And what I want to do now is create a new bucket for this demo. So I'm going to create a new bucket called Demo Images Bucket. I'm going to accept the defaults all the way through. My bucket is now created. Let's go into this bucket and check our permissions. And we need to also check our public access settings at the bucket level. So I can see here that I am blocking public policies on my bucket. So I need to edit this. And I need to uncheck block new public bucket policies, as well as the second checkbox. Again, I confirm, and that is saved. Now what I want to do is I want to upload a few images into our bucket. There is a demo images zip file attached in the resources section of this lesson. If you need to pause the video, now would be a good time to pause and download that file. Okay, so I have my demo images zip. I've already extracted that here on my local machine. So I want to upload my images in my demo images folder that I extracted to my bucket. So I drag these over here and just going to
drop them on the upload window here and click next all the way through. And so I see I have my 5 images in my bucket. Now what I want to do is I want to attach a bucket policy to this bucket. And the way we do that is we go to our Permissions tab, click on Bucket Policy. Since there is no policy applied, this is empty. What we want to do is we want to click on Policy Generator down here. I want to choose the type of policy, which is an S3 bucket policy. The effect for our statement that we are going to add is going to be allow. Our principal is going to be star. And what this says is that we are going to let anyone in the world download our objects. The AWS service is S3, of course, and the action we want to allow is get object. So I'm going to allow everyone to perform the get object action. Now I need to specify my ARN, which needs to be all of the objects in my demo images bucket. So you can see listed down here, they have an example of the ARN format. So it's ARN colon AWS colon S3 and then 3 colons, so colon, 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 my bucket name, which is demo images bucket, and then my key, which in this case is going to be all objects in this bucket. So we use the star wildcard. And now I can click Add Statement. We have our statement added. Now let's click Generate Policy. And what I need to do here is I actually need to highlight all of my policy. Make sure you get the closing bracket to the starting curly brace. So I Control C to copy that. I go back over from my policy generator to my permissions tab here. I paste this in, and let's just take a moment to look at what is in this JSON policy. So we have the policy ID, which is a unique identifier, a version. We have the statement, which is an array of statements. And in this case, we just have one statement. We have the SID, which uniquely identifies the statement. The action is a list of actions we're going to allow because we specified allow as the effect. So we're allowing get object. And the resource that we're applying this to is the demo images bucket, and the star indicates every object. And we have the principle of star, which is allowing everyone in the world to get objects for this resource. Okay, so let's save this. It says now that our bucket has public access. You can see that denoted on the bucket policy tab here, as well as in permissions. If I go to the overview and up to my bucket level, you'll see in the access column that it puts this orange public label so that you can quickly see which buckets have public access. Well, let's drill back down into our demo images bucket. And what I want to do now is I want to go into one of my objects. So what I want to do is go to my object URL, and I'm going to right click and say open link in incognito window. So this would be essentially the same as an anonymous user. So I see that I get my blue square, it downloads just fine. If I try to do the bucket listing, that actually is denied. So I can't list objects in my bucket, but I can get individual objects. So let's just close this out. So to finish up our demo here, I'd like to go back up to our bucket level and into the permissions tab. Go to my bucket policy, and I want to remove public access. So I can do that by hitting delete, and it's going to ask me to confirm that. And so I see that it deleted my policy there. If I go back to my overview and into one of my objects And again, this is my blue square in my demo images bucket. I right click this object URL, open link in incognito window, and I can see that my object is now denied. So I removed the public policy and I can no longer access that as an anonymous user. So now you know how to make objects public in a bucket by applying a bucket policy. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to give a specific IAM user access to objects in a specific bucket. We're going to do this by continuing to work with our demo images bucket. There's also a sample bucket policy.txt file attached to this lecture. You'll want to download that if you want to try this yourself as we go along. So let's go ahead and dive right in. We will go into our demo images bucket and go to the permissions tab. Click on bucket policy. And now what you need to do is bring your bucket policy.txt into this editor. So I'm going to open my bucket policy. I'm going to copy everything and paste into this editor. Note, we could use the policy generator, but this time we're going to work directly with the JSON just to give you some added familiarity with it. So we'll see in our statement, we have two statement elements. We're going to allow on a specific principal. And for a specific IAM user, you need to designate the principal using this format, which is ARN:AWS:/IAM: your account ID, and I will show you how to obtain that in just a moment, followed by colon, the text user /developer1. So developer1 is your username. And so we have specified our principal. We are going to apply this to the list bucket action, and we are going to apply it to the demo images bucket resource. So we're allowing our developer1 to list bucket on our demo images bucket. Our second statement is going to allow our developer1 user to get object for all objects indicated by the star at the end in our demo images bucket. So how do we get this account ID? Well, the way we do that is go up to your upper right, click on your username, and you want to choose My Account. I'm going to open this in a new tab. We'll see it opened my billing management console. Your account ID is this number at the top of the screen. So you will copy that. So you'll want to take that and replace this account ID and hit save. Okay, so our policy is saved. Now we want to test this out by logging in with our developer-1 user. So let's go back over to IAM. And we can see I've got my IAM user's sign-in link. I'm going to click on this icon to copy the link to my dashboard. I'm going to open a new incognito window, paste in my sign-in link. I sign in as my developer1, and I go into S3, and I have my demo images bucket listed here at the top. Let's just drill down into that. I see my image files. Let's click into an image, and let's try downloading. So that file downloaded, my blue square. So it looks like I have access to get the object and download it. So it looks like my policy was applied. That's how you would use a bucket policy to grant permissions to a specific IAM user. Welcome back. In this lecture, I want to work through yet another security and permissions example. We're going to continue working with our demo images bucket. In the last lecture, we gave our developer user access to download the images in that bucket and list the images. But I want to extend that example and say maybe we have also graphics designers on a creative team, and they're the ones that are editing and placing images in this bucket. And maybe our creative guys don't want our developers to download images that are works in progress. They want to be able to tag those images as final, and once an image is marked as final, then the developers can download those files. So to do that, we're going to start by going into our blue square and into the properties and tags, and I'm going to add a finalized tag. I'll save that. I'll go back to my demo images bucket. On my green square, I go into properties, tags. I'm going to say that it's finalized. And then I'm going to go to my lightning bolt and properties and tags. And I'm going to say finalized is no. So I'll save that. Go back to my demo images bucket. You'll recall in the last lecture, we created a bucket policy. So let's go over to our permissions tab and go to our bucket policy. So we have our previous bucket policy where we gave our developer one access to list our bucket, and we gave our developer one access to download all objects in our demo images bucket. So I want to extend this with a condition. And my condition is going to be a string equals, so we're testing for equality. And then you see I have this S3 : existing object tag / finalized, and then yes. So I'm basically saying if the object tag finalize exists and the value is yes, then we are going to grant our developer one permission to these objects. So let's save this. And now I want to open an incognito window and sign in with my developer one. So I'm going to go back to my services, and I'm going to go to IAM and grab my sign-in link again because I just can't seem to remember it. So I click the icon to copy that. I open a new incognito window. I paste in my link. I sign in as my developer one. Go to S3. And I see my buckets. Let's go to my demo images bucket. We'll recall we added a finalized tag of yes to these first two. We said finalized no on my lightning bolt, and we didn't put anything on my red square or my star. So let's go into blue square and see if we can download this. So we downloaded my blue square. I go back up. Let's check my green square. I downloaded my green square. And now let's test our lightning bolt. And I see that I get this access denied error, and that's because the tag that we set on our lightning bolt image was finalized equals no, and so it does not meet our criteria to allow the developers. If we go back up to our demo images bucket, we'll see that on the star, we did not put any tags on this object, And so if I try downloading it, I also get access denied. So I must have a tag of finalized, the value must be yes. If I have a tag of finalized and the value is no, access is denied. Likewise, if no tag is specified at all, then I'm also denied. So this is a good example of how granular you can get when you're using a bucket policy to control access to your objects. That concludes this section on security. In this section, we are going to tackle a new topic. Specifically, we are going to talk about how you can further protect your data that you store in Amazon S3, specifically protecting it from accidental deletes, accidental updates, and things of that nature. So in this section, you will learn how to enable versioning and encryption on your objects from the web console and the command line interface. Versioning allows you to record every version of an object. So every time an object is updated, a new version is created. And so if there was something that went wrong in an update and some data was corrupted in an object, you could roll that back to a previous version. It also maintains versions even after you delete an object, so you could roll back or undelete. Encryption helps protect your data at rest on the server. It provides your data more privacy from who can actually see the contents of your data. You will also learn how to require multi-factor authentication for deletes. This is a way of further locking down your data to prevent accidental deletion of objects. When you enable this, it requires you to use a form of two-factor authentication in order to perform a delete. You will also learn how to set up cross-region replication so that you can have your objects automatically copied from one region to another by Amazon to gain further redundancy. So that's a quick look at what's coming up. Thank you for joining and see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me. In this lecture, I want to teach you how you can enable versioning and encryption on your buckets. Versioning is a really cool and useful feature as it lets us keep versions for every update that happens to our objects. Versioning helps us protect our data in a sense by allowing us to revert back to previous versions. So if I upload an object and I update that and maybe I make a mistake, I can get the previous version back. Likewise, encryption helps us by helping maintain better privacy of our data at rest on the server. Let's just jump right in and create a bucket. I'm going to create this bucket called my demo versioning bucket -1. I'm going to hit next. If I want to enable versioning at the time that I create this on this configuration options screen, I can look at versioning. I can check this box that says keep all versions of an object in the same bucket. And to enable encryption, all I need to do is check this box to automatically encrypt objects when they are stored in S3. So really easy, really convenient to enable both versioning and encryption. Under encryption, you see that I have two options. By default, this AES-256 option is selected, which says use server-side encryption with Amazon S3 managed keys. So what this means is Amazon will manage your encryption keys for you. The second option, AWS KMS, will let you manage your keys on your own. It's important to note though, AWS KMS is a separate service that Amazon provides that you would need to go and configure with your keys. There is some additional fees associated with that. Typically, you would use AWS KMS if you want control over your keys, or if you have some more stringent security or privacy requirements. It gives you more control over how your keys are stored. For example, you could choose to have your keys stored on dedicated hardware, which is more expensive, but sometimes necessary depending on your compliance and privacy requirements. For our purposes, we're going to use this first option, AES 256. We're going to accept the defaults through the rest of that wizard. And so I have my bucket created here. Let's just drill down into this and look at our properties. So if I click the versioning card, or if I look at this versioning card, I see that versioning is enabled. If I click on this, I could suspend versioning and save, which turns it off. I could go back in and click enable and save. So I can come into my properties and into this versioning card to turn versioning on and off after a bucket is created. I also have this default encryption card, and I can see that that is currently enabled with AES 256. I could click on this. I can see I can turn encryption off. I could switch it over to AWS KMS, and we can manage encryption on buckets that are already created as well. So that's how you would turn on versioning and encryption. What happens now if we come in here and we upload a file and make a few changes to get a few different versions uploaded? I'm going to drag my Windows Explorer window over, and I'm going to just create a new text document. I'm going to call this my versions demo, and I'm going to open this and edit this file. I'm going to say my version 1. I'm going to save this, and I'm just going to drag that over to the side because I'm going to edit this file a few times to make several different uploads. So let's come in here and upload our file. And so we have uploaded that. If I change that to my version 2 and save and upload this file again. And I want to do this just a few more times just so that we have a few versions to work with. So I'm going to save my version 3 and upload that, and do it one more time so we have a 4th version, and I'm going to save my version 4 and add this again. Okay, so we've made 4 different edits to our file and uploaded that. You see that we still just have our one object listed here, but when we enabled versioning, we got this versions option up here at the top, and we can choose to hide or show versions. If I choose show, then I get a detailed list of every version of my object. And you can see this very top one is the latest version. I can click into one of these and I can choose open, and I see this is my version 2. You'll note up here in the header next to my object name, I have this drop down where I can choose any version. So I could choose my latest version and open that, and I see that's my version 4. So if I wanted to revert back to my prior version of an object, how would I do that, or how could you do that? Well, I can do that by coming back to my bucket contents, making sure that I'm showing versions, and I can select the latest version, and I can choose delete to delete just that version. And when I do, it rolls back the latest version to the previous. So if I look at my latest version, I see that my latest version is now version 3. So that's how you could remove a version and revert back to a previous. The other thing that we need to look at and explore is what happens when I delete an object. So in my bucket, I have my versions demo.txt. We saw that I could delete a specific version if I have my versions listed. If I am looking at the object level view, I can choose to delete this object. So my object is now deleted and it doesn't appear here, but if I go to show versions, I see that all my previous versions are still there, along with a delete marker. And a delete marker is essentially a placeholder which has a version ID and key, the key being the object key that you deleted. And a delete marker is empty. There's no data associated with it. So you could almost think of it as a null object that simply indicates that object has been deleted. So when I delete, my previous versions are retained unless I specifically delete them. If I want to undelete an object, all I need to do is select my delete marker and choose delete, confirm that. And then if I go back to my object view, I can see that my versions demo text is back. Just remember that if you're trying to clean up objects that are in a versioned bucket, that you do need to make sure all versions are deleted. If you just come in here and delete the object, it'll put the delete marker in there, but your data is still going to be there occupying storage. So you can see it's really easy with Amazon S3 to turn on versioning and to enable encryption. Really awesome features, really easy to use. Thank you for watching, and please join me in the next lecture. In this lecture, I want to continue on and show you quickly how you can use the command line tools to enable versioning and encryption on your buckets and objects. So to start out, let's just create ourselves a new bucket. So I'm going to create this bucket, my sample-bucket-a, and that created. Now to enable encryption, the way I do that is with a command called put bucket versioning. And this is what that command looks like. So it is AWS S3 API put-bucket-versioning --bucket followed by my bucket name. And then I have this --versioning configuration followed by status equals enable. So let's run this command. And so it looks like I made a mistake that I need to fix. I needed to have status equals enabled. I had left off the D. So we can check if versioning is turned on by using AWS S3 API get bucket versioning --bucket followed by our bucket name. And when I run that, I see it return status equals enabled. If I want to turn versioning off, I can use the AWS S3 API put bucket versioning command again, and instead of enabling status, I say status equals suspended. And so that command ran. If I go back up to my get bucket versioning and run that, I see versioning is suspended. So that's how you would use the command line to turn versioning on and off. We might also want to use the command line to turn encryption on and off. And I do that with the put bucket encryption command. This is what the full put bucket encryption command looks like. So it is pretty long and looks a little intimidating, but let's just kind of break this down. We have AWS S3 API put-bucket-encryption --bucket followed by my bucket name. And then we have this option --server-side encryption configuration followed by this JSON string. So this JSON defines our server-side encryption rules. And what we're saying is apply server-side encryption by default, and the algorithm is AES 256. And so this will enable encryption with Amazon managing the keys for us. I would note that on a Windows machine, you'll see that there are two double quotes together, and that is to escape these so that when the request is actually made, these get converted to just one double quote. If you were running on a Linux machine, these outer double quotes would be a single quote, and each place where I have double quotes here in this string would just be one double quote. So I'm going to run this, and that appears to have run. And just like we had a get bucket versioning command, we also have a get bucket encryption command. And that command looks like this. It's AWS S3 API get bucket encryption -- bucket followed by my bucket name. And we can see it returns our JSON for our encryption rules. And lastly, if I want to remove encryption from my bucket, I do that with the delete bucket encryption command. And that command looks like this. It's AWS S3 API delete -- bucket -- encryption -- bucket my sample -- bucket - a. And so that command ran. If I cycle back up to my get bucket encryption, we'll see it gives me an error because we removed our encryption configuration, so there's nothing to fetch. So that gives you a few more commands for your command line tool belt that will let you enable and disable versioning and encryption. In this lecture, I have another cool topic to teach you about, and that topic happens to be cross-region replication. So what exactly is cross-region replication? Well, according to Amazon in their documentation, cross-region replication enables automatic asynchronous copying of objects across buckets in different AWS regions. Buckets configured for cross-region replication can be owned by the same AWS account or by different accounts. So you might be wondering, why do we need cross-region replication? Or in what situations would you want to use it? Because we remember that when we store our data in Amazon S3, that it automatically gets replicated to 3 availability zones within that region. Well, there are some situations that you might use this for compliance requirements. For example, when you need further geographical separation between the copies of your data. So if I have data in US East 1, North Virginia, I might want to protect that. So if there was a widespread natural disaster, even though it be unlikely that it affected all 3 data centers, I could have a copy of my data, for example, in Northern California. So it would decrease the likelihood that all of my data centers could all be affected at the same time. You can also use cross-region replication to minimize latency. By replicating objects, you can have copies of your objects close to where your users are accessing them. You can use it to increase operational efficiency. So for example, if you have other compute resources, things such as EC2 or Lambda functions in different regions that are all analyzing the same set of objects, you might improve efficiency by having copies of those objects in the same region as your compute resources. You can also use cross-region replication to copy objects to another AWS account that belongs to someone else. So that covers the use cases where you might enable cross-region replication. I want to switch over to the AWS console and show you how you can set this up. So I've moved over to my S3 management console. What I want to do is start out and create a source and a destination bucket. So let's go ahead and create a bucket. I'm going to create this bucket, my source A. I'm going to have it in the US East North Virginia region. And in order to use cross-region replication, we have to enable versioning on both the source and the destination. So I want to turn on versioning. And then I accept the defaults all through the rest of the wizard. Now I want to create my destination. I'm going to have this as my destination-b. This has to be in a different region, so I'm going to have this bucket in US West, Northern California. I click Next. I need to make sure and enable versioning.
I click next again and create bucket. So I have my source bucket and I have my destination bucket. Now what I'd like to do is get a few objects in my source bucket. So I'm going to bring my command line over and I'm going to open Notepad from the command line, and I'm just going to create a simple file. I'm going to save this file. So I'm going to save this as replication demo.txt. So that's saved. And I'm just going to use the copy command to upload this a few times, because I can use the copy command and do this really quickly, faster than going through the web console. Okay, so I have copied my replication demo.txt up to my source A bucket. And if I see here, I have replication demo, I show my versions. Okay, so we now have some objects in our source bucket. Our destination is still empty. What I want to do is go into my source A, go to the management tab, click on replication, and to begin setting up cross-region replication, I want to click this button to add a replication rule. We're going to choose to replicate our entire bucket. We could filter and have only objects with a certain prefix or tag replicated. We don't have any encrypted objects because we didn't turn on encryption, so we'll leave this unchecked. But if you do want to replicate encrypted objects, you need to check this and then select your appropriate encryption key. We'll uncheck that and go to the next step. My destination is going to be a bucket in this account. You could also specify another account and the bucket name. I'm going to choose buckets in this account. My destination B. I want to keep the same storage class. This change object ownership to destination bucket owner is really only relevant if you're replicating to a different account. I need to specify an IAM role. I could use an existing role. I'm going to just choose to create new role so that this will create it for me. And I need to give my rule a name and choose enable, and then next and save. Okay, so I have my replication rule created. Now, what I want to do is just kind of look and see what we have here. So I have my rule name, it's scoped to the entire bucket. The storage class for the destination is going to be same as source. The object owner is the same. We're not replicating encrypted objects. The status is enabled. You could change the status, you could disable rules, and we have this rule priority. So when you create rules, you could end up with multiple rules that are scoped to the same set of objects, and if that happens, then the priority determines which rule applies. So a rule with higher priority overrides rules with lower priority. All right, now let's go back over to our buckets, and I have my source and my destination. I want to look in my destination, and I see that nothing has replicated. Well, it turns out that when you add a replication rule, only new versions of an object that are created after the rule is enabled will get replicated. So I want to go back to my command prompt, and I'm going to upload a couple of more versions. So I uploaded 3 more versions of my replication demo text. If I show versions, I see that I have 7 versions here. And if I go over to my destination bucket, nothing is showing yet, but if I hit refresh,
Then I see my replication demo text, and if I show versions, I see the 3 versions that I uploaded after I enabled my replication rule. So we have versions that have replicated. If I go to my source bucket and show versions, what happens if I delete the last 3 versions that I just uploaded? So I'm deleting 3 versions. I'm going back to my destination, and I see my object is still listed, and those 3 versions still exist in my destination. So that's an important thing to note. When you delete versions from your source bucket, they are not also deleted out of the destination. The other thing I'd like to try is what happens if we come into our source bucket and we try to delete this object entirely. Well, if I hit delete and confirm that, it disappears here, and I go to my versions, I see that I have the delete marker here. And let's just look and see in our destination if we have the delete marker. And looking here in our destination bucket, we're in my destination -B, I have my 3 versions that I uploaded, but my delete marker did not copy over. So that's another important item to remember, is when you delete an object from your source and it creates the delete marker, that delete marker is not automatically replicated by S3. So that concludes this lecture. You now know how to set up and enable cross-region replication. Thanks for joining me in this lecture on multi-factor authentication delete, also often known as MFA delete. MFA delete is a way to lock down the objects in a bucket so that they can only be deleted by the owner or the root account, in addition to only being able to be deleted by the root account. When you go to delete objects with MFA delete, you also have to have a secondary authentication code. If you recall, when we set up our AWS account early on, we had to go through several steps, and we were in IAM. So I'm going to hop back over to IAM, and you'll recall that we set up MFA on our root account to lock our account down. And when we did that, we set up a virtual MFA device, and that's indicated by this serial number. And you'll recall that anytime we log in, we have to put in our password and then also enter a 6-digit auth code from our MFA device. So in order to enable MFA delete, we can only do that from the command line. And if you'll recall, we set up a separate IAM user that we were using with our command line. And for MFA delete, we have to switch back to using our root account. So what we need to do is we need to go into our access keys. I'm just going to delete my current ones. And I'm going to create a new access key. And I'm going to choose to have that shown right here. So I have my access key ID and my secret access key. And I'm going to switch over to my command prompt, and I'm going to reconfigure my AWS command line using AWS configure. And so it asks me for my access key ID. I'm going to copy that, and I also need to grab my secret access key. And I will specify my default region is going to be US East 1. I will keep my default format for output as JSON. And so now I've reconfigured my AWS command line to be using the security credentials for my root account. So now what I want to do is I want to create a bucket, and then I want to enable MFA delete on that bucket. So let's just create us a bucket here. So I'm creating a bucket called my-mfa-test-1. And now I want to enable MFA delete on this bucket. In order to use MFA delete, we have to have versioning turned on our bucket. It turns out the same command, the put bucket versioning command that we turn versioning on with, is also what we use to enable MFA delete. So the put bucket versioning command that we're going to use to turn on MFA delete looks like this. It's AWS S3 API put bucket versioning -- bucket followed by my bucket name. And then we have -- versioning configuration, which we've seen before. And then we have something new. We have MFA delete equals enabled, which turns on MFA delete. And then we have comma, and we have status equals enabled to turn on versioning. Then we have this -- MFA option. And we have our MFA device ARN. So if you're unsure where to obtain that, go back to your AWS console under your username. You can go to My Security Credentials and look under multi-factor authentication, and you should have a device configured. And you want to grab the ARN or serial number of that MFA device. And that's what I have pasted in right here. After the ARN of our authentication device, we have a space, and then we have our 6-digit authentication code, which comes from our authentication app. And in my case, I'm using Google Authenticator, and I'm going to just drag a screenshot of what that looks like. So Google Authenticator, you will have codes for your different accounts that you have set up. So I have my Amazon Web Services account here listed second, and this 6-digit code is what I would want to put in. Of course, that is a screenshot. I actually need to go to my mobile device, which I'm opening up right here, and I need to key in my new 6-digit code. And these codes only have a limited lifetime, so you have to be reasonably prompt in executing this. So I executed my put bucket versioning command, and I want to get a few objects in my bucket with a few different versions. So I'm just going to open up Notepad and save a text file to my local machine. I'm just going to call this sample data.txt. And I want to copy that up to my bucket. So I'm just going to use a copy command to copy my sample data text file up to S3. I'm going to do that just a few times. I now should have several object versions. So what if I want to list my object versions? So I can do that with this command, which is the list object versions command. So I have AWS S3 API list object versions -- bucket my MFA test 1. So if I run this, I see I get a JSON listing of all of my object versions in this bucket. Now that I have an object and versions out there in S3, I want to try to delete something. So the first thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to delete the whole object. So I'm going to try to delete my object with this delete object command. I have my bucket and then the key specified on here. So I run this. So I can see it returned a delete marker. If I list my object versions, I'll see that I have 4 versions and 1 delete marker listed in the delete markers section here. So the next thing I want to try to do is I want to try to delete a specific version of the object. I will do that again with the delete object command, but I need to specify a specific version ID. And I'm going to come up here to the top and grab this version ID. And I will copy that and paste. And if I try to run this, we'll see that I get an error saying that access is denied. MFA authentication must be used for this request. So we need to add our MFA authentication information onto this command, and that's going to be our MFA, and then our device ARN, which I'm going to copy from my AWS console. So I copy that, and now I need to go get my code from Google Authenticator, which I'm using, and that's all in quotes. So I have --MFA, double quote, my device ARN, space, and then my access token from my Authenticator app, and close quotation. So let's execute this, and I can see that it returned the version ID that should have been deleted. So if I go back and list my objects, or list my object versions rather, then I should see that I have 1, 2, 3 object versions and 1 delete marker. So with MFA delete enabled, I have to run the delete object command, and I have to specify my MFA information here on the command line. If I don't, I will get an error. Now that we have seen how we can use that to delete an object, I would like to turn MFA off, and so I can do that by using my put bucket versioning command again. Okay, to disable MFA delete, you use this AWS S3 API, put bucket versioning, -- bucket, your bucket name, -- versioning configuration, MFA delete equals disabled, comma status equals suspended, turns versioning off. You don't necessarily have to turn versioning off. And then followed that by -- MFA and our device and token string. So if you're wondering what all the extra information on the screen is, I made a few mistakes when I put that command in, so it took a couple of tries for me to get that all correct. So that concludes how you can use MFA delete to lock down your buckets so that only the root account user can delete objects. And in order to delete or modify the MFA delete configuration, that root user has to pass the device, the MFA device ARN, as well as an authentication token. Logging and analytics. That's what I want to teach you about in this section of the course. So just a quick peek at what's coming ahead in this section. In this section, I'll teach you how to set up a notification to receive an email when an object event occurs, so you can get notified when things like an object is uploaded or modified or deleted. We can tie into those and get notifications. I will also show you how to turn on server access logging to record all requests made to a bucket. And I will show you how to enable object level logging with CloudTrail so that you can have a centralized place to store your logs. And with object level logging, you can also get very granular in the events that you can track. I will also show you some other analysis tools that are available to you with S3, namely analytics, metrics, and inventory. And with these, you can use them to further optimize and analyze how you are using your resources in S3. Okay, well, let's keep moving forward. See you in the next lecture. Okay, in this lecture, I want to show you how you can set up an event notification so that you can be notified by email whenever a new object is uploaded into a bucket. So let's start off and create a new bucket. So I'm going to create this bucket, my notification bucket test. I accept all the defaults. I want to go into my bucket and go to the Properties tab, and we'll see that I have this events card, and this is where I configure notifications. So I go into my events and I choose Add Notification. I would give it a name, select the events that I want to be notified of, I could filter by prefix or suffix, and then I need to choose an option to send to. So this could be a SNS topic, which stands for Simple Notification Service, an SQSQ, or a Lambda function. And Lambda functions are snippets of code basically that run in the cloud that could receive this event and do some processing on it. For example, if you uploaded a large image, maybe you have it sent to a Lambda function, and that Lambda function then processes that large image into smaller thumbnails, would be a typical use case for Lambda. We're going to use the SNS topic, and you'll see I have to add a SNS topic ARN. So the first thing I actually need to do is I need to go to Simple Notification Service, and I need to create a new topic. So I click Create Topic. I'm going to enter the name. So I'm creating this topic, my S3 event topic. And once I've done that, I need to create a subscription, and I'm going to choose email, and you need to enter your email address. And once I do that, it will send me an email, and I will need to go to my email and click on a confirmation link to enable that subscription. So I'm going to pause the video while I do that right now. So I have confirmed my subscription. I'm going to refresh, and I see that my subscription now has an ID, and that looks to be active. The next thing I need to do to finish configuring my topic is I need to go to Edit Topic Policy, and I need to allow everyone, and I leave this other part the same. And I'm going to update this. So that should now give S3 permission to write to my topic. Now what I want to do is I want to grab my topic ARN and copy that, and now go back to S3 and into your bucket, properties, events, and let's add our notification. And I will say my create notification, and I'm going to choose to be notified of all object create events. Now I could choose any of these other events. So I have put, post, copy, multi-part upload, object in redundant storage lost, permanently deleted, delete marker created, all delete events. So there's quite a few events that we could tap into for notifications. Let's go down to our send to, and we will choose SNS topic. I could do this by ARN, but it actually does list my topic here, so I'll just select that. And I choose save. Now, if I go to my bucket, and if you upload some objects, I'm going to upload a file. I have my file left over from my replication demo. I'm just going to upload that. And it says it was successful. And it looks like I just received that email. So that's how you can configure event notifications. Before we end this lecture, I would recommend that you go back to Simple Notification Service, and that you go into your topics and select this topic that you've created, and you may just want to choose to delete it just to clean that up, to make sure you're not billed for anything you don't want to be billed for. And I'm also going to go into S3 and I'm going to delete my bucket. And that concludes this lecture. I hope you found all of the examples and information I've shared with you thus far helpful. I now want to cover server access logging. And server access logging is a way for us to log and capture detailed records for all of the requests that are made to a bucket. So we might could use this to learn more about who's accessing our bucket, what operations they're performing, and we could use it also as a means of auditing our buckets. So I'm on my S3 console, and what I want to show you how to do first is how to enable server access logging and have it write to a logs bucket. We're going to start and we're going to create our bucket that's going to hold our data. So I'm going to create this bucket, my test objects 1, and put it in US East North Virginia. And I could turn on server access logging right here by checking this box. I'm going to just go through the defaults of this wizard, and we will turn that on after the fact. I also need to set up a bucket to contain my logs. So I'm going to create this my logs bucket demo 2, and your bucket that's going to contain your logs must be in the same region as your source bucket that is going to be monitored. And I just go through and click through all the defaults here. And so I now have my logs bucket demo 2 that I just created and my test objects -1. If you're wondering what these other buckets are, I set up previously a bucket with some objects and a log bucket, mainly because to show you the logs, it takes a couple of hours before the logs start coming through. So I wanted to have something in place to be able to show you actual log files. So we have our test objects bucket, my test objects -1, which is going to hold our data, and I set up my logs bucket demo 2, which is going to hold our logs. In order to allow logs to be written to our logs bucket, I need to go into my bucket and go to permissions. And in the access control list, we have this S3 log delivery group. I need to select that here, and I'm going to give the log delivery group permission to list objects and write objects. So I've given permissions that will allow the logs to be written to my logs bucket. I now want to go back up to my test objects 1, which is the bucket I'm going to enable server access logging on. And I go to the properties tab, and I see I have this server access logging card. All I have to do is select enable, and I choose my target bucket where the logs are going to be delivered, and that's my logs bucket demo 2. I could also enter a prefix if I wanted my logs to be created under a specific prefix in that bucket. I'm going to just leave that blank. So I save that, and now server access logging is enabled. So once you've done this, it may take a few hours for you to start seeing the logs appear in that bucket. I happen to have 2 other buckets that I set up previously. This my test data bucket 1 is sending logs to this my logs bucket demo, and you can see it creates the files with a date on here. And to show you what one of these log files looks like, I'm going to bring over my text editor program, which is Notepad++, which I like to use. And we'll see I have a line for every request that is made to my bucket. And to go through this request, we have what is called the canonical ID of the bucket owner. It's another form of the account ID, my bucket name, the timestamp, the IP address that made the request. Then I have the canonical ID of the requestor, followed by a unique request ID that Amazon generates for each individual request. Then I have the operation that was performed, and if it's an operation that has an object key, I would see the object key here instead of this dash. The next thing is the actual request that was made, followed by the status code, And then the remaining information, you have things like object size, the amount of data sent, the total time. And on the end, we have things like refer information, user agent, and version ID. So I want to switch over to the documentation quickly just to show you where you can find the field definitions for those logs. And so I've opened this tab to docs.aws.amazon.com/Amazon S3/latest/dev/log format.html. And so here we have documentation that describes the log format. So in our example here, we can read through and see what each field is. So each field is listed in order. So bucket owner is first. Then we have the bucket, the time, the remote IP, the requester, request ID operation, the object key, the request URI, the HTTP status code, an error code if there was an error, the number of bytes sent, the object size, the total time, which is in milliseconds, the turnaround time, which also is in milliseconds, and this is the time that Amazon S3 spent processing your request. You may have the refer information if it's available, user agent, and the very last field is version ID. So that's a quick look at how you can enable server access logging and the information that's available to you in those logs. Thank you for watching, and please join me in the next lecture. I'd like to spend some time in this lecture showing you how you can enable object level logging on a bucket. If you recall previously, we enabled server access logging, which logs every request that's made to a bucket. With object level logging, we can get a little more specific and choose to log, only reads of objects or writes of objects. So it gives you a little bit more control. The first thing you have to do if you're going to use object level logging is you have to set up a logging trail in AWS CloudTrail. So let's go to our services bar and let's search for CloudTrail. And we'll open that. And CloudTrail is Amazon's central logging service that allows you to track API usage and user activity. And it's a really great tool if you're managing compliance and have auditing requirements. You can have all of your AWS services logging into CloudTrail and having those events written to an S3 bucket. So let's click on View Trails. And I want to create a new trail. A trail basically defines the events that you're going to receive and where they're going to be written. So I'm going to call this trail my CloudTrail Demo 1. And by default, it applies this trail to all regions. So events from services in all regions will be aggregated into this trail. So under Management Events, that tracks management operations, we have the option to track all, read-only, write-only, or none. It defaults to all. And just to trim down what's put in our logs for this demo, I'm going to choose none. And then we have data events. And data events provide insights into the resource operations performed on or within a resource. And this is really what we're interested in, since we want to track activity on our objects themselves. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add my test data bucket 1, and I could optionally add a prefix to filter the events by a prefix that are going into the log. I could choose whether I want to see read operations or write operations or both. I'm going to leave that as both operations. And then we need to choose a storage location, and we could use either an existing bucket or create a new one. I'm going to create a new bucket here. And I'm going to call that my demo CloudTrail bucket. And I'm going to click create. So my CloudTrail demo-1 is created. It shows to be active. You can go into a trail and you can click this logging switch here to turn logging on or off. You could click the trash can to delete it, and you can come in and edit various settings. So now let's go back over to our S3 console. So I see I have my demo CloudTrail bucket, and it has this AWS logs prefix. And if I drill down into this, so we currently have no objects logged yet. Let's go back up to my buckets, and I'm going to go to my test data bucket, and I have some files left over from my server access logging demo. So I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to download a file a few times. So we will be generating some API activity to get logged. And I'm going to go back up to my demo CloudTrail bucket, and let's check and see what's there. And that's still empty. I'm going to pause the video right here and wait for our logs to show up. Okay, so I had to wait about 15 minutes and my logs showed up in my demo CloudTrail bucket. You see I have this AWS logs prefix. I can drill down into this, and I see I have these CloudTrail folders. So if I go into the CloudTrail folder, and then I have a folder for my region. If you were logging data for multiple regions, then you would see a prefix in here for each region. And as I drill down, I eventually get down to my logs. So if I look at my breadcrumb trail here, we see that I have my region, my year, my month, and my day. And then for each day, it dumps the log objects in for that day. So the logs are created as JSON files. You could go down into one of these and you could open or download. I have one of these files already open here in another tab, and I have a JSON extension installed into Chrome so that it makes this look a little bit nicer to read. And you can see that we have this records value, and that is an array of all of our requests that were made and recorded in this log. So we can see we have event version, the user identity, the event time, the source of the event name, which is get object. You recall after I enabled my logging for this bucket using CloudTrail that I downloaded the object several times. It specifies my region, my source IP address, the user agent. I see the resources that the request was for, and I see that this was an object type request, and then here is the ARN of the object that was fetched. So we've enabled object level logging, and I want to go back to my console. And this time I'd like to start by creating a new bucket. So I'm going to create this bucket, my second object logging bucket. And I created that. So if I go into my second object logging bucket that I just created and into properties, I can now go into object level logging and choose my existing CloudTrail. So if I choose my CloudTrail demo 1, and then I could choose the API events that I want logged. So I could choose read and write or just read. So let's just leave that as read, and I click create. And now this bucket also has object level logging enabled. So that's how you would turn on object level logging. Remember, you can do that directly through CloudTrail, or if you have an existing trail, you can do it through the S3 console. CloudTrail is a very important feature, especially for audit purposes. It gives you a central place to manage all of your event logging for all of your AWS services. And that concludes this lecture on object logging. Welcome back, everyone. In this lecture, I want to cover a few additional features and tools that are available to you to further analyze and optimize your bucket usage. I'm just going to be looking at this My Test Data Bucket 1 bucket here. You can just watch along with me. I want to drill down into my bucket, and let's look at the Management tab. And on our Management tab, we'll see that we have Analytics, Metrics, and Inventory. I just want to quickly show you each one of those so that you know what's available in each of these features. So if I go into Analytics, what this does is Analytics lets me have Amazon analyze my bucket usage to try to determine and make a recommendation on the optimum time frame in which objects could be transitioned to the standard IA storage class. The way I enable this is by adding a filter. So I can come over here and click Add, and I just enter a name. I'm going to say all my objects. I could put in a tag or prefix to restrict the analysis to objects, with a specific tag or prefix. I'm going to have this set up for all my objects. And you'll see that it says analyzing your data. We are analyzing your storage usage, and we'll share the observed infrequent access patterns. So this usually takes about 30 days or so. And after 30 days, you will see a report of your objects and their access patterns. And just to demonstrate what this would look like, I'm going to hop over to the analytics documentation. So what I have here is an example of what we see currently. So on our dashboard, we see analyzing your data. After it has made some determinations, Amazon will display a message that will look something like this. For example, you see in their documentation, it says, observed usage pattern. Based on your storage usage over the past 117 days, we observe that objects older than 30 days are infrequently accessed. And you can also see there are other graphs that would be displayed. So I just want you to know what analytics is used for. It's used to optimize your storage by helping you identify when you can move objects to standard IA. We also have this metrics option here. So what this does is it allows us to see storage, requests, and data transfer graphs. I can change the timeline from 2 weeks down to 1 hour or 3 hours. So if I look at 3 hours, I can see a line graph of my data transfer. I can also look at requests. Apparently I haven't had many requests. I have different options to see different requests. I can see list requests, put requests, all requests, and 400 errors, head requests, and 500 errors. So that can be a useful tool. And on the storage tab, this would just show me my bucket size in bytes. Likewise, if I wanted to get more granular with this, I could add a filter, and I could say my filter, and maybe I have an images prefix, and I want to scope these to just the objects in that prefix. Once I have my filter made, I can select my filter, and then the graphs will show data for the objects that all have the images prefix that I set up in my filter. So that's what metrics is. It lets you look at your storage usage, the requests that are being made, and your data transfer. If we look at inventory, inventory basically allows you to have a inventory or list of all your objects delivered to you on a specific time interval. So if I went in here to add a new inventory, I can specify the name. I could filter it to a specific prefix, and I would choose the destination bucket where I want this delivered. And so I could choose a bucket for the delivery. I could also specify the destination prefix. I can choose if I want this to be daily or weekly. and it looks like my inventory name needs to not have spaces. And I can choose the output format, so I could use CSV, Apache ORC, Apache Parquet. I leave this as CSV. I can have it inventory and list all versions or the current version only. Generally, I use current version only. You could do it for all versions. It also gives us the option to choose which fields we want included in our list. So I could choose size, last modified date, storage tag, e-tag, multi-part upload, replication status, encryption status, and different object lock configurations. And I can choose to have this inventory file encrypted. And then basically, if I save that, then it will create a policy for the destination bucket. And it will, after a period of time, start delivering my inventory file on the interval I specified. So it says that my inventory was successfully saved, but that it may take up to 48 hours to see that. So just know that inventory is a way that you can get essentially a list of all your objects in a bucket delivered to another bucket on a specific time interval. In this section, I want to show you hands-on how you can host a static website with Amazon S3. So our core objective here is to learn how to register a custom domain name in Route 53 and host the website using Amazon S3 for high availability and scalability. So if you've never heard of Route 53, it's Amazon's domain name registration service. Really easy to set up, really easy to use. This is really one of my favorite parts of the course because it's a great use case for S3. If you host a static website out there, Amazon manages the server and the infrastructure, and you really get to take advantage of high speed, bandwidth, and scalability that they have already built out for you. So kind of a serverless way to host a static website. So there's a few specific steps that we will walk through in the next few lectures. I will show you how to register a custom domain name in Route 53. This does cost money, so if you want to follow along, you'll have to purchase a domain name. Usually you can get these for under $15 a year. If you don't want to spend money, then you can watch and follow along with me that way. We'll set up and configure a bucket for the website to hold our HTML files. We will then connect the custom domain name to the website, and we'll put on some finishing details by implementing a custom error page. And then I also want to show you how you can implement a redirect rule that will transform or send one requested URL to another. So that's what we're going to tackle in the next few lectures. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to kick off our section on building a static website on Amazon S3. If you want to follow along, just know that there is some cost associated with setting up a domain. You can purchase that following the steps that I'll show you, or if you just want to watch along, that's okay too. So to register a domain for a static hosted website in S3, we need to use Amazon's DNS service called Route 53. And so I'm now on my Route 53 dashboard. If you've never used Route 53 before, you may see an intro screen and you may have to click a Get Started link to get in. And so on my dashboard, I see that I have this option to register a domain. I'm going to search for a domain about penguins. I have a 6-year-old daughter that just absolutely loves penguins. So I'm going to search for this domain, Go Save the Penguins. Let's hit check. And yes, GoSaveThePenguins.com is available. So I'm going to add that to my cart. This is going to make my daughter just super happy. And I click continue. And you'll need to fill out the registration information. Sorry guys, I'm blurring it out. I do want to keep my details private. Once you've completed that form, click continue. And you'll need to agree to the terms and click complete purchase. And so you get a little blurb here saying that, it may take up to 3 days to complete. Generally, if it's the first time this domain's being registered, directly with Route 53. It'll usually come online in 15-30 minutes or so. So let's hit go to domains, and I see gosavethepenguins.com domain registration in progress. So that really finishes the process of registering my domain. I just have to wait for the registration to complete. And that concludes this lecture. And on the next lecture, while we're waiting for our domain registration to complete, we'll start setting up things on our S3 bucket side of the world. Okay, in this lecture, we're going to continue setting up our static website in S3 by creating our buckets that are going to hold our website files. So I want to go to Create Bucket. When you name your bucket for a static website, if you want to link that to a domain name registered in Route 53, the bucket name needs to be the same as your domain name. So I registered gosavethepenguins.com, and so that's going to be what I call my bucket. I go to the next screen. I will accept the defaults for configuration options. On the permission screen, you want to make sure that we uncheck these two checkboxes where it says manage public bucket policies for this bucket, because those will block being able to apply a public policy. And we don't want that, since this is going to be a website served out to everyone. Hit next and then create. And I have my bucket Go Save the Penguins. The next thing I want to do is I want to upload my website files into my bucket. There is a zip file attached with this lecture. So if you want to follow along, you can pause the video and go download that. So I have my static website example.zip, and I have that extracted, and that is the files that go along with this lecture. If you go into the website root, these are the files I want to upload. So I'm going to hit upload, and I'm going to just select my images folder and my 3 HTML files and drop them over here and hit upload. So I see my HTML files are out there and my images are out there. The next thing I need to do is I need to configure permissions to allow public access to this bucket. So I'm going to go into my bucket policy, and I want to go back to my files that I extracted from the zip file that were attached with this lesson. And there is this website-policy.txt. We want to open that and copy that policy, and I'm going to paste that here in my policy editor. I would note that if you are following along and you registered a different domain name, you'll need to replace the domain here in the resource with your domain and bucket name. So for me, this would be gosavethepenguins.com. So this policy is allowing everyone to perform the get object action for all objects in my gosavethepenguins.com bucket. So let's save this, and you should see the public label on your bucket policy and your permissions tab. If you get an error that says that this was blocked of any kind, you may need to check your public access settings and make sure that they are false here. And you may also want to double check if you're having any issues and make sure that your public access settings for your account are also false. If these are true, then you need to come in here and edit and uncheck these two checkboxes. So I'm all good on my public access settings. Let's go back to my bucket. So I'm going to go into my gosavethepenguins.com, and I'm going to go to properties, and we have this static website hosting card. We can click on this and choose this option to use this bucket to host a website. And then we can specify our index document, and I have an index.html in my bucket. I could choose another HTML file. And what this does is if I don't specify an HTML file on the end of my URL, this document will be served by default. I'm going to leave everything else as is and click Save. And now if I go back to my static website hosting card, I see that I have this URL. And when I click on that, I see my site is up. It's serving my index document. I could also do index.html on the end, and that works. And I had an about page in there. So there's my about page with some just filler text. And I also had an error HTML, and there's my error HTML. So we now have a static website set up, and we are serving our HTML files out there to the world over the internet. But as you can see, right now we have this gosavethepenguins.com.s3 website US East 1.amazonaws.com as our domain. Well, if you're wanting to host a website, generally you don't want to have to serve it out there this way. You want to have your own custom domain name associated with your website. So in our next lecture, we're going to complete the setup of pointing our custom domain name that we registered to this bucket so we can serve our files on our own domain. So if you're able and have time, please join me in the next lecture. So in this lecture, I want to continue my setup and get my custom domain name that I registered in Route 53 pointing to my gosavethepenguins.com bucket. So let's go back over to Route 53. And on our dashboard, I can see that my domain is successfully registered. Now I want to go into my hosted zones, and I'm going to select my domain, gosavethepenguins.com. And what I want to do is I want to create a new record set. And for the name, just leave this blank. You'll leave the type as A-IPv4. And you want to choose alias as yes. And then when you click into this box, you'll see your S3 bucket listed. And so I just select that. And I'll leave the routing policy as simple and leave evaluate target health as no. And so I create that. And so what I want to do now is open a new tab and put in our custom domain name. And there is my website hosted on the domain name that I registered. So I can see that's my index page, and there's my about page. So that's how you would point your domain to your S3 bucket. Now, right now, I can only use this domain, gosavethepenguins.com. If I want to have www on here, then there's some additional setup that I need to perform. And to do that, what I need to do is go back to S3 and create another bucket, and this one will be www gosavethepenguins.com. And I'm going to choose to copy the settings from my gosavethepenguins.com bucket and click through here and create. And I need to go in here. And so when I copy settings, it does not copy the bucket policy. So I need to go to my Go Save the Penguins bucket, and I'm going to grab the policy that I saved on there. And I'm going to go to my www bucket and permissions into my bucket policy. I'll copy my policy, and I need to put www.gosavethepenguins.com as my resource. Save. I can see now that's public. And now I need to go into properties on my www.gosavethepenguins.com bucket. And under static website hosting, I'm going to choose redirect requests. I want to redirect this to my gosavethepenguins.com bucket, and the protocol is going to be HTTP. And so what this will do is whenever a request comes in for this bucket, it will automatically redirect it to the other bucket. Now that I have my www.gosavethepenguins.com bucket created, I need to go back to Route 53, into my hosted zones, select my custom domain name, and I need to create another record set. And this time, when I create the record, I'm going to put www. I leave this as IPv4. It's going to be an alias. And I need to select my www.gosavethepenguins.com endpoint in S3. You can see that here. So I select that. The routing policy is simple. I click create, and I now have another alias record created. So if I go back over here and I now do my www, I can see that it redirects to gosavethepenguins.com. So congratulations, you've officially set up your custom domain name and a static website in Amazon S3. Okay, in this lecture, I just want to put a few finishing touches on our static website setup that we have here. And specifically, what I want to show you is how to set up your error document. So if I go into my gosavethepenguins.com, I have this error.html, but when I go to my website, I can go to gosavethepenguins.com. That works fine. So if I put in a HTML page or object key that does not exist in this bucket, you'll see I get this ugly 404 not found. Well, I can get rid of this by going back to my website bucket and going into properties. And on the static web hosting card, we'll click that and go in and we will configure our error document. So I'm going to set my error document as error.html and save that. And now when I go back and I put in this non-existent page, then I see that it says, oops, we're sorry, an error occurred processing your request. That's a little finishing touch showing you how you can set up an error document to present more friendly errors to your end users. To round out our static website example, I'd like to show you how you can use redirection rules. But first, I'd like to lay out a potential scenario where you would actually use redirection rules. And so if we go back to our files in our bucket, we had this images folder, but say for example, if we wanted to move our images to a folder that was just called IMG, it's a pretty common folder name for images in the web development world. I'm going to cut my one image that I have in here, and I'm going to go back up to my new IMG folder and paste that image. So I now have IMG and my images folder is gone. So if I go to a new tab and visit my website, I see that my image is now broken. Well, say if I had hundreds or thousands of images, this could really be a difficult thing to solve, but I can use redirection rules to solve this problem. So I want to go back to my properties, and in the static website hosting card, I see I have this redirection rules and a blank box. So if you haven't downloaded it, you might want to pause the video. There is a XML file that is attached with this lesson that has our redirection rule that we're going to use already set up. So I have my redirect.xml downloaded here on my local machine. I'm going to open this and I'm going to copy my XML and paste that in here. And I'm going to switch back over to Notepad++, which is one of the text editors that I use, just because it formats the XML nice and pretty. And let's talk about what this is doing. So we have this routing rules element, and we could have one or more routing rules inside of it. Each routing rule has a condition and a redirect. So my condition is looking to see if the incoming request has the images prefix on the key, and then my redirect portion of the rule is saying replace the key prefix with img. So if I go back to my console here and I have that copied in, then I want to save this and go back to my site, and I see that it loaded my image. So that's an example of how you could use a redirection rule to handle the situation where maybe a folder name changed. I'm going to flip over to the documentation page for redirects, and if you want to learn more about redirects, you can come into the documentation. So in our condition, we can test on a key prefix. We can also condition our rule on an HTTP code that's returned. And then for our redirects, we can specify hostname, protocol. We can replace a key prefix with, we could replace the key with, or we could have an HTTP redirection code. So if you want to dive into the details of this, I just want you to know that this documentation is out there, and this is the URL where you would access that. And that concludes this section on building a static website with Amazon S3.